As we begin today's meeting, we would like to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and before them, the traditional territory of Haudenosaunee and the Huron and the Wendat. We also acknowledge that many First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Brampton their home, we are honored to live, work, and enjoy this land. Good morning and welcome to our meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. All members are present, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Chair Brar, yes, they are, either in person or remote.
Thank you. All members are present. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? Councillor Pleshy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add two discussion items. One from letter the Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, dated September 15th, responding to the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations. Is the first one. The second discussion item I would like to add is a development at Countryside Drive and Heart Lake Road.
So through you, Chair Brar, to members of committee, the first item from Councillor Palachi would be proposed item 8.3.3 regarding a letter from Minister Calandra regarding the Housing Affordability Task Force. The second item would be proposed item 9.3.4 under Public Works section regarding development at Countryside Drive and Heart Lake Road.
Thank you. We have Councillor Santos. You have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to add under the announcements two proclamations for national, for Every Child Matters, as well as the Truth and Reconciliation, National Truth and Reconciliation Day.
So through you, Chair Brar, that would be proposed item 5.1, A and B, two proclamations.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Singh.
Thank you, Chair Brar. I'd like to add an announcement from Index Realty. Index Realty Cricket Tournament, I should be specific. Index Realty Cricket Tournament.
Through you, Chair Brar, that'd be proposed item 5.2 under announcements.
Thank you. Councillor Power.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to add discussion item for senior snow removal rebate.
Through you, Chair Brar, that would be under the corporate services section, so that would be proposed item 8.3.4.
Thank you. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to add two items. One is a discussion item regarding a particular street closure in wards 9 and 10 for upcoming festivities. Just need council approval on that. And second would be an announcement regarding the recent statements made by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in the House of Commons regarding the role of the India government in the killing of a Canadian citizen.
So through you, Chair Brar, the first item from Councillor Tour would be proposed item under Public Works, section 9.3.5. The second item in regards to an announcement, is that the proposed item? Would be item 5.3 on today's agenda.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes, I have two items. One, a disposition of land item in regards to recreation for in camera. I've spoken to the city solicitor about and the commissioner. Disposition of land and negotiation. Okay.
Through the chair to the clerk, both disposition of land and negotiation.
And then the second item is I've got an announcement in regards to the City of Brampton's annual duck race run by our employee team, and they're present in the chambers.
So through you, Chair Brar, the first proposed item from the mayor would be closed session item 19.3, an acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board and a matter that's subject to negotiation. a property matter. And the second would be a proposed announcement, 5.4.
Thank you. Councillor Tour?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I apologize. Instead of an announcement, if, Mr. Clerk, if that could be a discussion item, because I would have a motion coming for that.
So through you, Chair Brar, then Councillor Tour's item would be a discussion item. It would be listed under corporate services, so it would be identified as 8.3.5. And that would then renumber the mayor's proposed announcement regarding the United Way Duck Race as 5.3.
Thank you. I would also like to add an announcement from the Walnut Foundation regarding prostate cancer awareness.
So through you, Chair Brar, that would be proposed announcement 5.4. And I don't see any members online. And just a few updates from the clerk's office. In regards to item 6.3 on today's agenda, which are delegations regarding the residential rental licensing pilot program, we do have a sixth delegation identified, Margaret Badley, Brampton resident, so that will be added to that delegation item. We also have added delegation that will be identified now as 6.4 from Sylvia Roberts, and this is in regards to item 8.2.1 on today's agenda, the Purchasing Quarterly Activity Report for Q2 2023. And then also we have a delegation again from Sylvia Roberts that will be identified as 6.5 on today's agenda, and that's in regards to item 8.2.7, which is a staff report on the 2023 Q3 operating budget forecast.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
I believe it was Councillor Tour's intention, you can correct me if I'm wrong, to have his item as an announcement, but to move up the discussion item.
Sorry, through you, Chair Brar. So Councillor Tour is proposing to add this as a discussion item because he said there may be a motion resulting from that.
He wanted to move up the discussion item to the announcement.
Okay, that's not what I heard, sorry. So-
Councillor Tour?
So it is just that there would be a motion coming with it, and I know we can't have that as an part of an announcement, so that's why I switched to a discussion item. But if we could do both, an announcement,
So through you, Chair Brar, my advice to committee is add it as a discussion item.
yeah.
Because announcements, you cannot move motions. They're supposed to be general statements that apply to the city of events or things of significance. And then if you wish to vary the order to move that up earlier in the agenda, the discussion item, that's within committee's
Councilor
purview.
Santos?
Thank you through you. Madam Chair, just as a suggestion, because it has to do with an announcement from the federal government, perhaps moving it up into the GR section versus corporate services would be a better place for it, and then you could deal with it sooner.
So through you, Chair Brar, then we'll still propose the item 8.3.5 as a discussion item under corporate services, but to also vary the order to deal with that item after the government relations update, which is item 7 on the agenda, I believe.
Perfect. Thank you. Are there any additions to the agenda? We have a motion moved by Councillor Tour to approve the agenda. All in favor, all opposed? Thank you, the motion carries. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. Committee, as part of our consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. I will start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. 8.2.1, staff held for delegation. 8.2.2, staff report regarding active consulting service contracts, Q2 2023. Held by Councillor Palashi. 8.2.3, staff report regarding a request to begin procurement Oracle software license and maintenance. In consent. 8.2.4, staff report regarding audit appointment contract extension. In consent. 8.2.5, staff report capital project financial status report, Q2 2023. in consent. 8.2.6, staff report regarding tax adjustments, cancellations, reductions pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001, in consent. 8.2.7, staff report regarding 2023 second quarter operating budget forecast. There's a delegation held for delegation. 8.2.8, staff report 2023 second quarter reserve report, in consent. 8.3.1, minutes accessibility advisory committee, September 5th, 2023, in consent. 8.3.2 is held for discussion. 9.3.1, minutes active transportation advisory committee, August 15, 2023, in consent. 9.3.2, minutes Brampton School Traffic School Safety Council, September 7th, 2023, in consent. 9.3.3, discussion item at the request of Regional Council Madeiras, held for discussion. 9.4.1, correspondence from Anthony Mello, Brampton resident, is held for discussion. 9.3.2, regarding street sweeping is also held for discussion. 10.2.1, staff report is also held for delegations. 10.2.1, staff report regarding budget amendment and request to begin procurement is also held for delegation. 10.2.3, staff report regarding the Brampton Arts Organization transition update,
Hold.
held by Councillor Medeiros.
Medeiros.
11.2.1, staff report regarding risk management and insurance claims, 2022 annual report, in consent, held by Councillor Paletti. 11.2.2, staff report regarding records retention by law 272-2014, housekeeping amendments, in consent. 11.2.3, staff report regarding short-term rentals, accommodation programs, and businesses licensing bylaw update, in consent. 11.2.4 is held for staff presentation. 11.2.5, staff report regarding supplementary report, administrative penalty systems processing center update, in consent. 11.4.1 is held for delegation. 12.2.1, staff report regarding multi-year sponsorship agreement, in consent. 15.1, it's an open meeting exception under section 239E, 2E, and K of the Municipal Act 2001. And
Which one did you just say?
15.1, open meeting exception under hold, held by Mayor Brown, and 15.2 also held by Mayor Brown. The clerk will now summarize those items held by members for consideration or not part of the consent motion prior to approval of the motion.
Through you, Chair Berard, and members of the committee, I think for simplicity, I'll just identify the items that will be part of the consent motion, as there's only a few. 8.2.3, the staff report request to begin procurement, Oracle software licenses and maintenance. 8.2.4, staff report on audit appointment contract extension. 8.2.5, a staff report on capital project financing status report. 8.2.6, a staff report on tax adjustments, cancellations, and reductions pursuant to the Municipal Act. 8.2.8, a staff report on 2023 second quarter reserve report. 8.3.1, minutes of the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting. 9.3.1, minutes of the Active Transportation Advisory Committee meeting. 9.3.2, minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council. And 11.2.2, a staff report on records retention bylaw, housekeeping amendments. 11.2.3, a staff report on short-term rental accommodation program and business licensing bylaw update. 11.2.5, a staff report on supplementary administrative penalty system processing center update. And 12.2.1, a staff report on multi-year sponsorship agreement. Those are the items subject to the consent motion.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mayor Brown, you have the floor.
Apologies apologies. As for council's indulgence, I missed one item that was, comms made me aware of for the tree lighting. If you could just add that in, there's a motion, I'm told, that was already given to the clerk.
So through you, Chair Brar, I suggest first we vote on the consent, and then we reopen the agenda to add this as new business.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to approve the consent motion. All in favor, all opposed, thank you, the motion carries.
And then
Mr.
through you,
Clerk, would
Chair
that be a great
Brar,
time?
would be a two-thirds vote to reopen approval of the agenda to add a discussion item regarding tree lighting
Can we have
from the mayor, and that would be under corporate support services, so it would be item 8.3.6.
8.3.6? Two-thirds vote to open the agenda. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you, the motion carries. So that's under corporate services. 8.3.6. Okay. On our announcements,
Through you, Chair Brar, the first announcement is the proclamations from Councillor Santos. There are two proclamations.
Mayor,
Councilor Santos, would you like to read out the proclamations? I know these are.
thank you. Our first proclamation is Orange Shirt Day. The City of Brampton recognizes and affirms this day to acknowledge the experiences of the children in shared recognition that every child matters. Orange Shirt Day is an Indigenous-led grassroots commemorative day that honors the children who survived residential schools and remembers those who did not. The City of Brampton acknowledges the intergenerational trauma caused by the residential school system, resulting in the lasting physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual harm, including the loss of life that continues to this day. The City of Brampton affirms that every child matters, and Orange Shirt Day symbolizes a collective effort to end racism, violence, and bullying, and to support the safety and self-esteem to all children. The city will commemorate and acknowledge this day through events and activities. The city will unveil that Every Child Matters artwork by Todd Jameson on the Anando artist, and will have orange shirts for sale on September 28, 2023 at Garden Square. The City of Brampton strives to educate Bramptonians on the ongoing legacy of the residential school systems and recognizes the need to increase understanding for those survivors and intergenerational survivors who have been and continue to be impacted by this legacy. On September 30th, City of Brampton residents and staff are encouraged to wear orange to raise awareness of the very tragic legacy of residential schools and to honor the thousands of survivors and their families, to keep in memory all those who did not survive, and to continue to work together towards reconciliation. Therefore, I, Navjeet Kaur Brar, on behalf of Brampton City Council, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2023 as Orange Shirt Day in the City of Brampton. We have one for National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. The City of Brampton recognizes National Day of Truth and Reconciliation as a time to acknowledge the children who lost their lives in Canadian residential schools and to honor the survivors, their families, communities, and the nations. 140 federally run residential schools operated in Canada between 1831 and 1998. Survivors of those institutions advocated for recognition and compensation and demanded accountability for the residual impacts and harm caused to children and their families that attended residential schools. In December 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released its final report, followed by 94 calls to action. The National Day of Truth and Reconciliation is a direct response to Call to Action number 80, which called for a federal statutory day of commemoration. The City of Brampton will commemorate and acknowledge this day through events and activities as a time of greater awareness about the tragedies resulting from residual school systems. The City of Brampton remembers, reflects, and reaffirms our commitment to learning from the truth and joining with Indigenous nations on a path towards reconciliation and responding to the TRC's calls to action. The city is committed to working with local Indigenous, First Nations, Métis, Inuits, and all Indigenous people. The city is committed to addressing the calls of actions related to government and working with Indigenous people in a meaningful way to help address their unique needs and find solutions. I, Navjeet Kaur Brar, on behalf of Brampton City Council, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2023 as National Day of Truth and Reconciliation in the City of Brampton. Our next announcement would be
Through 5.2.
5.2 regarding Index Realty.
Is my mic on?
Deputy Mayor Singh, you have the
Yeah.
floor.
Thank you, and if I could request the team to come down. This is an announcement regarding a cricket tournament that happened. And normally, my colleagues might be looking why we're doing an announcement about a cricket tournament. But this was the first year this group did the cricket tournament. And it was a tremendous success. But having said that, it was really a testament to our staff. It was the first time, myself, the whole team is here, but I gotta say specifically Jagdeepa because I know him for many, many years. We worked with staff, and staff was unbelievable. And so I think they want to recognize the staff that helped out. I mean, grass was being cut at 6 in the morning. I didn't even know we do that. And and just the process was so flawless. And sometimes we hear from other groups, there's issues here, issues there, but I don't think I think the team will attest we had one issue, and the staff really stepped up, and the team will explain more. But it's a good news announcement. It's a good news announcement for our recreational team, and I want to thank everybody, and hopefully we'll continue to work together. Go ahead and say the announcement. Only one of us can speak, otherwise other councilors would jump because it's an announcement period. But from your end, if you want to say some comments, yeah.
So you just can go. So good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm the broker of record and president of Index Realty Brokerage and Index Cricket Cup, Hardeep Singh Sivia. Just want to start off by thanking City of Brampton, especially our Mayor Patrick Brown, Deputy Mayor Harkirat Singh, and City Councillor Gurpratap Tour for their support and help. As we most know, Brampton is considered the capital of cricket in Canada. So my team and I had the idea of making Brampton more prominent on the world cricket map. We also wanted to promote the game of cricket among our youth. When we thought about the cricket Index Cricket Cup, we were also thinking about future games, because over the next couple of years, we would like to start sponsoring international players to also come and take part playing among us in Brampton. My team and I are proud to share that the Index Cricket Cup was a wonderful success. The Index Cricket Cup was held in Brampton on Dixie and 407 grounds from the date of August 4th to August 7th, 2023. In the tournament, all the players who had participated did an outstanding job, but I would like to bring special attention to players who also play on their teams, such as the Canadian national cricket team and the West Indies cricket team, that they took part in our Index Cricket Cup. The Index Cup tournament would not have been successful without the help of our fantastic City Brampton staff. I would like to say a special thanks to Kenneth Muir, Brian Macklin, Mahesh Sood, Scott Anderson, Terry Bomber, Harjeet Jabanda, and Sandeep Pondi. Thank you for your help and dedication in making the Index Cricket Cup successful. Thank you, and have a great day. Thank you. Yes, we do have some plaques.
Plaques for it? Then we
Oh,
can-
definitely. And definitely we'll start with our Mayor Patrick Brown.
Just say everybody together, then we'll all come.
Okay, sure. So our Mayor Patrick Brown, Deputy Mayor Harkirat Singh, Councillor Gurpratap Tour, and of course our city staff, Kenneth Mayer, Brian Macklin, Mahesh Sood, Scott Anderson, Terry Bomber, Harjeet Javanda, and Sandeep Pundi, please.
Good game, guys.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll just wait for everyone to sit down. Our next announcement is 5.3, United Way Duck Race. Mayor Brown, you have the floor.
Yes, and I believe Councillor Power may want to speak to this. It's been a busy week for United Way, busy few weeks. Of course, we had the great barbecue yesterday. Thank you, Councillor Santos and Keenan, for the musical entertainment. I saw the vast majority of council there supporting a great cause, and what a turnout was yesterday. But that's not what we're talking about today. Today, we have a video and the results from the duck race. And about a month ago, Junaid came into my office and said they'd only sold 200 ducks and they needed to sell 800 to meet their United Way targets. Councillor Power happened to walk into my office and they said we need to have a council rep. So he walked into my office at the wrong time because I said, there, Councillor Power would love to volunteer. And he was a full volunteer. And I said at the time that we'd send an email out to all staff and said if we surpassed 800, that we'd both jump in the water with the ducks. And we sold 1,135 ducks, a record. And this happens at Wet n Wild. I can't call it Wet n Wild Toronto. I got to call it Wet n Wild Brampton because it's in Brampton. And this is a signature event we have to support the United Way. So I want to thank all the staff for purchasing those ducks. United Way does incredible work helping the most vulnerable in our community. And Junaid and Tara and everyone involved went above and beyond. So a big hand and thank you to Junaid. And before we hear from Junaid and Councillor Power on why this initiative and our support for United Way is so important, we have a short video to play of the event. It's not every day you get to see Councillor Power sitting in an 8-foot duck.
Favorite fundraisers of the year is this duck race at Wet n Wild. This is a campaign for United Way, and we set a record this year. Over 1,100 ducks sold to support the United Way. I was a little bit worried when Junaid told me we had only sold about 200 ducks. We made a challenge. We said Councillor Power and myself would jump in the water with the ducks if we went by 800. And at the time, Councillor Power said to me, I think we're safe. We're not going to go over 800. Literally, over 1,100 ducks sold. Every duck sold goes to support the most vulnerable in our community. The United Way does incredible work. And so if there's ever a cause that would make you want to jump in, by the way, it's not heated water. No, it's cold water here. But if there's any cause that would make you want to jump in that water to support a great cause, it's United Way. I want to thank our City of Brampton staff, the way they step up to support the community. We've got extraordinary employees at the City of Brampton that not only do an incredible job for the city, but in their spare time, they're rallying behind fundraisers like this. So what an event. Can't wait to jump in the water and support this great cause. On the count of 3, we're going to drop these ducks. So 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Wow, what an incredible race. Let's see who the lucky winners are. Congratulations to the winners. You'll be contacted by a member of the United Way core team to arrange for your prize. And thank you again for your ongoing support for Team Brampton. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd just like to thank the members of council for inviting us here to present about this incredible duck race. So a little bit about the event. This exciting event was introduced in the 2021 campaign under the leadership of Rajkaran Chenna, who is here today. And this is an exciting event which is not only brings a lot of donations for our campaign, but it's also fun, as you saw from the video. Through this year's duck race, as Mayor Brown mentioned, we sold over 1,135 ducks, which is a record for the United Way campaign, and that roughly translates to more than $5,500. And in regards to a little bit of the background, as Mayor Brown mentioned, it happens in Wet n Wild, Brampton. There's a lazy river over there, and we just dropped the numbered duckies, and the first 3 duckies win. This time the race was different because we had 2 folks with the duckies because we sold more than 800 ducks. So thank you so much, Mayor Brown and Councillor Rod Power for your support as our council sponsor. It was an incredible race, and for all of your support that you've provided. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the members of council and CAO, our CAO and CLT team for all of the support that you provide towards our campaign. We, as I mentioned here earlier, we have a goal of raising $97,000 this year, and it is not possible without the help and support from members of council and our CLT. And last but not the least, I want to thank the staff who contribute and participate in these events, and thank for their dedication and their time, especially the United Way core team committee and the ambassadors. Some of the core team members are here from our transit team, like Michael Karen and Connie. So thanks to all of the staff for their support. Also, I just want to say for our barbecue yesterday, it was one of the best barbecues that we have held. So thanks to all of your support. We've raised more than $4,800 from the event. So I just want to also take this opportunity to thank ATU 1573 and the Brampton Professional Firefighters Association for their donations towards their event, and Councillor Power for supporting the event as our council sponsor and ensuring that the barbecue is successful. So once again, through you, Madam Chair, thank you so much to all members of council and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Power, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Junaid and Taryn, you guys did an amazing job. I'm thankful that we had a rubber duck to float on instead of me having to wear a duck suit, because that was the original plan, and the duck suit that they had picked out for me didn't arrive on time, but it was hideous. So I'm glad for the floating duck. No, there's not. I'm not going into his office ever again. But no, thank you. You guys did an amazing job. While on site, the support, we had Vince from comms team that did an amazing job with filming, and I just want to say thank you.
Just one item I'd like to mention, Madam Chair. I just also want to thank the incredible performance from Councillor Santos. It was a great performance, and thank you to all of you. Before I go, as the chair of the United Way campaign, I want to also acknowledge the incredible work our Vice Chair Taryn does, the amount of help and support he puts in. And Taryn is also going to be the chair of the 2024 campaign. So I'd like to give him the floor to share a few words with the members of council.
Awesome. Thank you, Junaid. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And as you mentioned, we had a great year this year with the campaign. We had record-breaking sales and record-breaking proceeds, and that's in all a huge parts to Mayor Brown, members of the council, and our CLT team. Mayor Brown mentioned that our ducks weren't really selling well, and I think the staff really wants to see him and Councillor Power in the water, because in 2 weeks we went from 250 ducks to over like 900. The numbers rolled up, and the barbecue was a great event because the whole CLT team was involved. I see Chief Martin was flipping burgers the whole time there, and we had record proceeds because Councillor Power secured the great food and the great relationship our CEO Kaladin has with the unions. Because of that, we secured sponsorships from the unions as well. So it was a great event and a great campaign. But in true City of Brampton fashion, we're going to do it bigger next year. And no, you're not off the hook yet. So I'm happy to be the chair next year, and it'll be my pleasure. So thank you so much, and I look forward to your continued support.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Our next announcement is regarding Prostate Cancer Awareness Month 5.4 from the Walnut Foundation. Welcome, Anthony and Ken.
Okay. Well, thanks for having us here today. My name is Anthony Henry. I'm president of the Walnut Foundation. Beside me is Ken Noel, our executive director. I want to thank Councillor Kaur for inviting us. And of course, we have some interactions over the year with some of you, Mayor Brown, Mayor Kaleshi, Mayor Power. So thank you all. And we're here again. We are here again is important because as standing here, we are prostate cancer survivors. So just being here is important. Some of the activities that we've been involved with for September is Light Up the Blue in this building here. That's going on for the whole month. So this building is lit up in blue. That was initiated through ourselves and Prostate Cancer Foundation Canada. We've also been rolling out some educational videos targeted at our community because we're impacted more. We're 76% more likely to be diagnosed with prostate cancer and twice as likely to die from the disease. So that's going on. That's rolling out right now. We also had a presentation on the 10th of September by Dr. Shabir Alabai, who spoke on well-being among seniors. And then we'll wrap up the month with a free prostate cancer screening at Taibu Community Health Center in Scarborough. Some of the general themes for Prostate Cancer Support Month by us and our partners are ending the secrecy around prostate cancer, knowing your risk status, so age, family history, race, etc., knowing your personal risk, your lifestyle, fitness, your personal PSA numbers, and treatment options. We also highlight community resources that are available. So one, of course, would be support groups such as ours, the Walnut Foundation, as well as support from hospitals and your personal care team. Can't forget the family in this, the family caregivers, the research organizations, Prostate Cancer Foundation Canada, and Canadian Cancer Society. The other theme is that there's life after a diagnosis. And we're testament to that, of course. So we look forward to a more meaningful engagement with the City of Brampton on prostate cancer and a more effective healthcare system in Brampton for all residents. I'd just like you to perhaps, if you can share the first video. Thanks. So this is one of the small videos we've created to basically help educate the community.
Dr. Winston Isaac and Simon Samuel co-founded the Walnut Foundation in 2007. Dr. Isaac was intentional with his symbolism. The prostate is a walnut-sized gland located in front of the rectum and is an important part of a man's reproductive and urinary systems. The organization was founded after Dr. Isaac was diagnosed with and treated for prostate cancer. Both of their outstanding and tireless efforts to raise awareness of prostate cancer have been felt and appreciated by many across the Caribbean diaspora. Years later, the Walnut Foundation is comprised of men who themselves are prostate cancer survivors. The organization has evolved into a men's health interest and support group dedicated to educating Black men and the broader community in taking responsibility for their health. They have partnered with leading specialists, professors, and the Canadian Cancer Society to advocate for equity in the healthcare system, and have awarded grants to students in health sciences to help increase Black representation in the healthcare field. Visit thewalnutfoundation.com. Get involved, join events, attend monthly information meetings, become a member, or make a donation. Your support is pivotal in helping to identify the needs of our Black men.
And the first one. So I'll just spend a minute just letting you know all about the Walnut Foundation. So we were 100% volunteer-based nonprofit organization based in Brampton. We provide a safe and confidential environment for men who've been diagnosed with prostate cancer. One of the most important things we do is research. So we're involved in quite a few research projects with Princess Margaret Hospital, the Canadian Cancer Society, and Movember. So we use research as a way of improving outcomes. We raise all our funding comes from the walkathon, and Councillor Brar was there this past year. All of our funds go into things like scholarships. We provide scholarships to Black medical students at Temerity, University of Toronto, and then the new Toronto TMU Medical School that's coming up in Brampton. We intend to create scholarships as well, so that's what we do. So next slide. So this is the World Health Organization stats. So prostate cancer deaths occur mostly in West African and Caribbean countries. The next slide, quickly. So we looked at Ontario data. This is a research project we did a few years ago. So the top lines are immigrants from West Africa and the Caribbean. So it aligns with the World Health Organization data because a lot of the immigrants, Black immigrants, come from those countries. Next slide. And the reasons that we're looking at, and doing, this is through research, is social and economic disparities, genetics, as we talked about, environmental factors, dietary factors, and access to quality health care. So we at the Walnut Foundation are trying to tackle all of these issues through our research and actually changing the narrative around this. Next slide. That's it. So we're the only organization. We quite committed to what we're doing. In the video you saw Dr. Isaac last year. Mayor Brown helped us to unveil a bench at Etobicoke Trails in memory of Dr. Isaac. The bench is there in Loafers Lake, and so, you know, that's who we are as a Walnut Foundation. There is one more last video just to show the work that we're doing.
Hi, so today we have Dr. Neil Fletcher, a urologist from the Princess Margaret Cancer Center in Toronto, to talk about my concern as it relates to prostate cancer.
Hi, I'm Neil. Nice to meet you.
Doctor, I'm worried about prostate cancer because my grandfather passed away from prostate cancer. My father was recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. My brother was also recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Can you tell me about the risk of me developing prostate cancer?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's probably quite significant. And the reason for that is simple. First of all, prostate cancer is a common disease. About 1 in 7 Canadian men are diagnosed with it in their lifetime. And then you have to layer on the additional risk factors that you have. Strong family history, as well as the fact that you have African ancestry. So those are 2 additional risk factors. I would think your lifetime risk is probably 50% or maybe even higher.
And finally, I just want to say, in the future, what we would like to see is specialists in those videos from Brampton. We shouldn't have to go to Princess Margaret for that. So this is what I'm talking about, more substantive engagement with the city of Brampton on some of these issues. And also helping us to better educate our community about the higher risk of prostate cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken and Anthony. Thank you, through the Walnut Foundation. I had the privilege to be part of that walkathon. It was amazing to see the communities come together to support. And I know it's not easy standing there after being diagnosed and trying to make a difference in other people's lives. So I just want to say thank you. And it's so important that men take responsibility for their health. Sometimes we just bypass it, we keep working, and we don't think about our health. So I think it's so important that what you guys are doing is amazing, and we'll start work together, make sure we bring awareness. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Our next item is 6.1. A delegation from Michael Govier, Executive Director, BGC Peel, formerly Boys and Girls Club of Peel, request for rent relief, 247 McMurtry Avenue South. Welcome, Michael. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Council, and staff. Before we begin, just want to say congratulations on your United Way campaign. We're, as a campaign, as United Way recipient, it's important that we have these kind of partnerships and the efforts that everyone puts forward. So again, my name is Michael Jovi. I'm the Executive Director of BGC Peel, Boys and Girls Club Peel. Today I'm joined by our Program Director, Abby Silva. We'll keep it short because we know we have a busy schedule. Our ask is simple. We are looking for rent relief and property tax relief. We've had the privilege over the last 40 years of serving your residents, the children, youth, and families across the city, and we want to continue doing that. As we've continued to move forward through and past the pandemic, we become like our members, vulnerable. So part of that has been that being able to find areas where we can get relief, where we can put that resources into additional employment, where we can hire a supervisor that will provide additional support to our program manager as we serve the children and youth is how we would use the assets saved from the rent. Being a unique partner of the City of Brampton for over 40 years, this ask isn't new. This has been provided to us on multiple occasions over our 4-year success. Just to give an example, Abby will give an example of one of our partnerships that we have had.
Good morning, everyone. So I've had the privilege of being with BGC Peel for a number of years, and I can speak about the location of our original office, which was 145 Main Street, south in Brampton. That was our main office as well as a program space for youth programs for a number of years. And it was a City of Brampton property. And we were able to provide programs there as well as have our offices there, rent-free for a number of years. That ended, unfortunately, when the building was deemed unsafe and ended up closing down. And then we were required to move. But for a number of years, that was our main office. And we served many residents through that space.
Exactly. So again, as a unique partner, we would like the opportunity to continue that, especially as we move towards 2025, as Brampton becomes a single-tier organized municipality. We want to continue growing on those successes. So I guess our official ask would be that through August 1st, 2023 through end of March 2024, that rent relief at our 247 McMurtry site is relieved and put in kind, and if there's opportunity to get rent property tax relief on the same time frame, that would be our ask to move forward. And we'd hope that you'd present that to staff and make a decision as soon as possible. Obviously, if possible, at next council. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions or?
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Keenan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the delegation. What a great organization.
Thank you.
I've come out to a couple events and park cleanups that were done with some of the youth just down the street here, which was fantastic. And the ask isn't too much for such a great service that you provide to our youth. So what I'd like to do is refer this to staff to come back with a report as soon as possible to see how we could accommodate this request.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor Keenan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Keenan, for moving it to exactly what I was going to do. Having sat on the board, Michael, I'm fully aware of the great work that you guys do. One thing that I would like to see, a report coming back through you, Madam Chair, would be more of a long-term solution, because I do know for your organization, Michael, maybe you can comment, this constantly having to come to council, and you've come for the last 4 years, and it would be great, I know for the organization in terms of where you direct your investments, the type of services you want to provide, if there was more of a longer term perspective on what the relationship is. And certainly you guys fill a void that, especially now with the breakup of the region, remains to be seen, certain gaps that need to be filled, and certainly serving our most families who are in need are certainly one of those areas where we'd hate to see a gap. So, I'm hoping when staff come back with a report that there's maybe as part of the actions, that there's a sort of more fulsome conversation on trying to provide some stability to the organization. I don't know, through you, Madam Chair, Michael, if you want to provide any comment on that.
Just the comments would be just ensuring that, as we've noticed coming out of COVID, and we've noticed through other organizations, the need for driven programs for our youth, ensuring that they're getting the path forward that they need to stay engaged, stay active. And as we grow with our communities and we grow with our education, especially here in Brampton, being able to provide these opportunities and keep our youth on the next path. We all say, Brampton is a youth-friendly city, and I'm very thankful to be a resident of 47 years with that behind us. Now let's make sure we're ensuring that our youth of tomorrow continue to grow today.
And thank you, Michael. And just lastly, through you, Madam Chair, I know your location steps away, right here in Brampton South, but you do provide services all across the city. Maybe you can just a quick comment about how that sort of has been a challenge. And I know that you also are trying to sort of help in areas which traditionally didn't get sort of supports. Do you find your organizations being solicited, or more people contacting your organization requiring more support?
So yeah, coming out of COVID, there's definitely been a lot more requests for services. We're at a point where we now do have not a huge, but we do have a waiting list. We know that in areas, for example, in Councillor Powers' area, Knightsbridge, that is an area that we strongly need to be back into. We have a fantastic partnership with Peel Living Corporation where those opportunities are presented, but we are at a point where there's multiple constructions, growth, and a lack of space available, not just for boys and girls, but for all agencies. You know, if there's opportunities to grow the open hub concept or collaborations to be a full-serving agencies, that's an opportunity that we definitely love to pursue from boys and girls. But there's also opportunities coming down through the province and the federal governments to allow for more care spacing, more safe spacing. That's what boys and girls are all about, you know, ensuring safe spaces. That we love to find a way to partnership not only with other like-minded agencies, but definitely with the City of Brampton as we move forward.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, BGC Peel, for everything you guys do. I know it really makes a difference for all the children when you ask people at the ground. It really impacts their lives going forward. So thank you again.
Thank you.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan that the matter be referred back to staff for further consideration and report back to council. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Our next item is 6.2, delegations regarding item 10.2.1 and 10.2.2. So budget amendment and request to begin procurement, supply, and delivery of 2 fully electric powered trucks. So committee, our delegation and related staff report from last week's council meeting was referred to today's committee along with a request to staff for follow-up information, inviting the interested parties to delegate to committee on this matter. We have a supplementary report and a referred original staff report on today's agenda as items 10.2.1 and 10.2.2. We will now proceed with the delegations. We have the following representatives listed on today's agenda for delegations regarding this matter. First is representative from Dependable Truck and Tank Limited. Welcome.
Morning. Good morning, Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to bring forward this delegation. My name is Michael Natali from Dependable Truck and Tank. Behind me is John Conte, also a division of Dependable Truck and Tank, Dependable Emergency Vehicles. Along with us is Roger and Jake. The reps from REV and KME are on the virtual. Dependable, as some of you may know, is one of the largest Canadian manufacturers and service facilities for cargo tankers and emergency vehicles, and together with the Dependable group of companies, we employ over 200 employees, most of them Bramptonians. The purpose of the delegation originally was to gain clarity on why City of Brampton would sole source a couple of fully electric fire trucks from a European-based company rather than going to tender to allow consideration of Northern American options. So last council meeting, we had a couple questions brought forth from the council. First question was there any available options at the time of the original purchase? And our answer was yes, and it is still yes. There was a REV option and there's a Pierce option. I've given the opportunity to go to tender at the first purchase unit. They would have been delivered this October. The second question raised was, is there another option today? And our answer to that question was yes, and it still is yes. The third question raised, is there one on the ground right now? And yes, there is one on the ground right now. It is a demo, but Rev can speak to that. It's not up for sale. It is being used for demo services and brought around the country and brought around North America. Finally, do other options meet similar standards? And the answer to that was yes, the North American options do meet NFPA, ULC, and the Highway Traffic Act. And there's one thing that I do want to say as well, is I'm not here saying that sole sourcing doesn't exist and it hasn't happened in the past and it won't happen again, because it does happen all the time, especially when there's a fire department in need. However, our opinion on this is that when it comes to a flagship purchase like this to an extent of $5.7 million, there should have been more consideration given through a tendering process to kind of go through the new technologies and give other people basically a chance to bid on it, especially being a Brampton citizen myself. That's it.
Thank you. Do any members have any questions? Deputy Mayor Singh?
Thank you for coming to present. So I just heard, so you have one demo on the ground, but it's not being used by any municipality, like no municipalities purchased this truck that you're talking about?
Right now, there is a few municipalities that have purchased a REV truck. However, the one that's actually on the ground right now is currently a demo unit, and it's not up for sale.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Thank you through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in for some of that clarification around the semantics from the last delegation. Appreciate it. And also for being a really good corporate citizen. I know that you're doing some work together with economic development as well. And just for clarification, and perhaps staff or yourselves can answer, we currently have been using Dependable in the past in terms of equipment, apparatus, etc. So over to, I guess, acting chief, if we have been using Dependable with our traditional trucks and apparatus in the past, or of the delegation. And I think also, just for clarification, Madam Chair, if we could move the report forward after the delegations as well. So over to you.
Yes, Dependable has a great relationship with Brampton Fire, and we have over a long history. So what I'm trying to get through this is kind of like a bigger picture. I know it seems that I'm per se attacking these particular two units. It's more so the bigger picture moving forward. Going through units like this, I want to kind of put my opinion forward that it should go through a tendering process moving forward.
Mm-hmm. So, and I think later when the supplementary report and the report comes back for us to discuss after the other delegations, we will ask staff for clarification why we proceeded at the time. Like what I shared in the last council meeting was what was the context of that particular discussion. And you had shared as well yourself that sole sourcing within fire emergency services has happened in the past, including with Dependable, for specialized equipment. So I'm sure staff will address some of that. I guess the good news is that competition is good. And as Dependable and REV and is it Vector?
Vector is
as they develop their own technology, similar to BlackBerry and the iPhone situation, right, back in the day, the competition will not only improve the entire technology as a whole, but it'll also make pricing more competitive as well. And so I think that our dilemma right now in the city of Brampton, from my understanding, is that we're looking to change our fleet over as quickly as possible. And perhaps the market itself, in terms of competition, where the technology is on EV electric fire trucks, isn't quite there where, for example, iPhone is competing with BlackBerry, if I could put it in that context. And when it does, then we're going to be ready. So I just want to say thank you for the clarification. Thank you for being a good partner with the city of Brampton, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the technology develop even more, so that when the time comes, we'll have a lot more options.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I do appreciate that the comments, and there is. The options keep growing, and back when they originally purchased it, a lot of them were concept vehicles, and purchasing on a concept sometimes can be difficult. And I'm not saying that it is an easy decision to make. However, there is other options available currently that can be explored, and even for the future consideration.
Okay.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros, I see your hand is up. It's done. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Our next representatives are from City View Specialty Vehicles. That's Joseph Durosep, Vice President of Sales, Jamie Larner, Emergency Vehicle Sales Manager, James Watts, Emergency Vehicle Sales Rep. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Joseph Durso. I'm from City View Specialty Vehicles. We sell transit buses, fire trucks, street sweepers, ambulances to municipalities big and small throughout Canada. We service over 5,000 transit buses a year across Canada. We also do some work with the City of Brampton. So we are the representative for Rosenbauer fire trucks. We have lots of experience with zero-emission vehicles, technologies. We've been trained with high voltage for the last 17 years. Just thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak.
Hi, my name is Jamie Lerner. Again, thank you for having us here today. So currently, the Brampton RTX has had its final inspection, and it will have anticipated delivery to North America soon. Final light production and outfit would be at Rosenbauer, Minnesota. So it's not purely a North American, or sorry, purely a European product. There is some service and work done in North America. The anticipated delivery, training, and entry into service in Brampton is before the end of this year for the current vehicle that's on order. As well, City View will be stocking parts and equipment for the truck, as well as Rosenbauer will be stocking parts and equipment for this truck in Minnesota. So there is a North American backup to these vehicles. It's not based solely on European support. As well, City View has 310T licensed technicians and mechanics. They're also emergency vehicle technicians. They're fully trained to fix any type of fire truck, as well as they will be receiving the Rosenbauer special RTX training in Austria within the coming month. So this training, again, is on top of what your traditional type of fire truck training would be. And again, they're fully qualified to work on vehicles like this.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm James Watt. I'm the sales rep for City View for Rosenbauer. Just a little history on the RTX in Ontario so far and North America. We had the RTX displayed the last 2 years at FDIC, which is Fire Department International in Indianapolis, and at the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs trade show here in Toronto. We also did 3 weeks of demo tours with that truck, both in March and May of this year. We covered cities such as Brampton, London, Windsor, Oakville, Collingwood, Ajax, and so on. The demo tour was hosted here in Brampton at Station 3. We rotated senior staff and station crews through and reviewed the truck with them, took it out driving so they could experience the truck that way. And then our other Canadian dealers, both Aerofu and Rocky Mountain Phoenix, have also had the truck out on Canadian demo tours. We have a lot of interest from other cities in Ontario, but due to the sensitive nature right now, we can't disclose who they are. But it's been a great truck and showing very well, and it's coming along quite nicely in the Canadian market.
So again, one thing I would like to add, right now the Government of Canada and Transport Canada has the incentive for medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicles. If you go to the Transport Canada website, you can find this, or if you do a Google search. So as it is today, Rosenbauer RTX is the only battery electric vehicle that qualifies for a rebate. This rebate is currently set at $100,000, and this is for a 132 kilowatt vehicle with battery capacity. So again, it does qualify, and right now it is the only battery electric vehicle that's available for this rebate. So again, on behalf of City View Specialty Vehicles, thank you so much for having us here today. We appreciate your time, and we look forward, hopefully, to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Santos, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just a couple of questions for clarification. The Rosenbauer fire truck that is on its way, when is it going to get here?
If I can, so we're the local representative, and we also have the next delegation directly from Rosenbauer.
Okay.
So some of these questions either might be more appropriate for him to answer, or it might be more appropriate for either of us to answer. Is it permitted to have him do his presentation?
Sure.
And then
I think
We
so,
can
Madam
ans-
Chair.
We
Yes.
answer questions as a group?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll hold then. Can we get? Okay, are you able to answer that particular question? If not, if you're more comfortable having Rosenbauer, then
I
I'll
think
wait.
it would be more appropriate for
Okay.
him. I don't want to give incorrect information inadvertently.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Can we have the representative from Rosenbauer America? That is going, welcome Todd McBride. Manager RTX Sales and Marketing. Welcome.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint, I believe.
Through Chair Brower, we'll just bring it up momentarily.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Todd McBride. I am the RTX Sales and Marketing Manager for Rosenbauer. So, kind of before we get started, I just really want to take a step back to, next slide here. Take a step back to 2012, and that's really when the vision for the RTX began. At the time, our team spent a lot of time with firefighters and fleet mechanics and fire chiefs, really talking about issues they faced on a daily basis, as well as kind of what they thought the fire engine of the future would look like. We would ultimately use that research to develop what we believed was the fire engine of the future, and we called it our CFT. So that was introduced in 2016 at our company's 150th celebration. Fast forward to 2020, the first production unit came offline and went into service in Berlin, Germany. They ran that truck for about 13 months. They had a very successful test period, and the ultimate result was they ordered 5 additional units. Fast forward to last year, September of 2022, the first NFPA compliant RTX went into service in LA City. In the first 6 months alone, they ran about 1,500 calls. Next slide. So kind of looking at the global landscape, this is where we're at since we've started this whole project. We're sitting at right now 49 orders. 12 of those have been delivered. And then in addition to that, we have about 10 demos and test vehicles on the road. As a company milestone, we're pretty proud of this. We actually just passed over 200,000 kilometers on the delivered trucks, as well as the test and demo vehicles. Next slide. Closer to home, this is kind of the North American snapshot. So if you look at the upper left photo, the red truck there with the BFES on the grill, so that is Brampton's truck. It is currently scheduled to be shipped right now, Monday. It's supposed to be getting on the ship. So, and to the left of that is a truck going to Rancho Cucamonga, California. Top right is Vancouver, British Columbia. So that truck will also be going in service yet this year. Lower right-hand corner is Victoria, British Columbia. Be in service early next year. And then the bottom left, LA City is on the left, as well as a couple demo vehicles that we've had running around North America, as James just mentioned. Next slide. So going back to like 2012, that's really when we started doing this research. And we realized that we could not continue to do things the way we've always done them. And so this solution was going to take basically an engineered design from scratch. And so the RTX chassis was engineered with firefighting in mind. And because we did that, we were able to incorporate a lot of features to help solve those issues. Items like all-wheel drive, which is obviously very nice in northern climates and winter driving. It has all-wheel steering that allows firefighters to get in or out of tight situations. Adjustable suspension, allowing the vehicle to move up or down based on terrain conditions. The other nice thing that does is when the vehicle is all the way in the lower position, it makes it really easy for the firefighters to get in and out of the cab. That first step is 10 inches off the ground. So helping to mitigate a lot of those health and safety issues. Likewise, it brings the equipment down lower to the ground, so help mitigate shoulder issues. By far, when you start from scratch, you can do a lot of interesting things. So the way this vehicle is designed, it handles basically like no other fire truck on the market. It is unmatched in the way this handles and performs. And then inside the cab, the diesel engine has been removed, and it's set up in somewhat of a command cab architecture. So firefighters can clearly look at one another and communicate clearly and make sure they understand what's going on. And then last but not least, the vehicle does have pump and roll, and that's a feature that's not typically found on traditional fire apparatus. Next slide. By far, the RTX has been tested more than, I would say, any other vehicle in our company's history. The top left there, that's some cold weather winter driving up in Norway. And I'm not going to go into each one of these, but in the lower right-hand corner, there is a QR code, so I would just encourage you to visit that link. It'll give you a video of a lot of the testing that has been done with the RTX. Next slide. Yeah, and then last but not least, we do back the RTX up with a standard 2-year warranty. Brampton is a little bit unique because they are part of what we call our Founders Club. And so we do offer, or actually include, a 3-year extended protection plan with that vehicle. On top of that, we are including a 5-year service package on these vehicles. The vehicles are equipped with our remote diagnostics features. And then as Jamie mentioned, there is a full stock of parts in North America, both at our locations in Minnesota, and then we will have them stocked throughout our dealer network. On top of that, a lot of the technology partners that we use are North American based, and so they carry a lot of these parts as well. With that said, I'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you so much. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. So back to the line of questioning, and thank you for coming in to delegate and share with us the Rosenbauer model. So timing-wise, it's getting on the boat on Monday. So when will it get here?
So it's currently scheduled to get on the boat for Monday. It takes anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to get here. And then, as mentioned, the vehicle will go to Minnesota, and that's where all the upfitting. So we'll take all of Brampton's equipment, get it mounted. The goal is to have the firefighters trained and have this vehicle responding to calls by the end of the year.
And then how long has Rosenbauer, with their EV truck, been in the field, actually taking calls and in the field being tested and used, not even tested, but used in collecting data?
Sure. So as I mentioned, our concept we rolled out in 2015, but the very first production model went into service in Berlin, Germany, and that was in February of 2021.
Okay.
And as I mentioned in the slide, they ran a very successful 13-month testing program. And then the result of that was they did purchase 5 additional units.
Okay. And it's my understanding, reading the supplementary report, that that we do have, based on our fleet replacement and turnover of our vehicles, timing-wise, like we're having to replace our trucks soon, and ideally, I believe this council would support, obviously, going into, as much as possible, zero emissions and electrification. And so what is the opportunity for us, given the report before us today? Is there opportunity for us to get another truck sooner? So 2 for 1, let's say.
Sure. So we do have in addition to the Brampton truck that is coming, we do have a demo model, brand new demo model. Was actually built right in line with the Brampton truck, where the specifications are almost identical. And so that truck could be purchased and placed into service January of 2024.
So your demo model is actually in spec with, or meets the specs of the Brampton model. That's what you're using as a demo now.
Yes, so as part of our rollout, right, we need demos to show vehicles, basically all over the country. And so actually when Brampton ordered the vehicle, we just said that's a very nice specification, just build 2. So for the most part, it's very identical, and with a few minor modifications, it could be identical.
Okay, so thank you for that. I'm actually, I saw the truck that was in the flood, in the water there. So does it actually raise itself?
Yes, so the adjustable suspension, there is 4 different settings. So there's a drive height. There is a setting when you get on scene, you can lower it down, and that's what makes that entry into the vehicle 10 inches off the ground. But in its very highest setting, it creates 19 inches of ground. Sorry, I got to say inches. I can't make the conversion real quick, but 19 inches of ground clearance. And that is specifically designed to allow it to go through floodwaters. It can drive through about 32, you're gonna have to help me out, about 32, 34 inches of floodwaters.
Okay, and then with respect to the delay, because I think we were supposed to get it earlier than this year, but what was the cause? What's the context of the delays?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I've been in the fire apparatus business for the last 19 years, and I don't know if I ever want to experience the last 2-3 years, but certainly we started with COVID, and that had lots of implications with travel implications, just getting meetings together. We actually had a couple of factory shutdowns, where we had breakouts on our factory floor, and everybody had to quarantine. That eventually rolled into supply chain issues, so our vendors were having the same issues, and then they could not ship the product. So that, I believe, we're starting to recover from. And then moving on, actually the Ukraine war had an effect on us. One of our suppliers, their facilities were completely destroyed. So we had to go out and find new suppliers. And then last year it didn't have a huge effect, but we did have, we were cyber attack. We had a cyber attack on the company, and that actually shut down some operations for several weeks as well. So,
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully all of that is behind us. If you would order a new truck today, and just looking at other customers that have ordered them, we're looking at somewhere right around an 18-month delivery or 18-month production time to get it offline. And I can say the last couple that have been placed, the orders that have been placed, those orders are tracking along that timeline. So I think the worst of those issues are behind us.
Okay, and thank you for providing that context, because we've been eagerly awaiting. That being said, since it's getting on the boat on Monday, I believe some members of council want a video of the truck getting on the boat. We'd love to see that.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do there. So.
Okay, awesome. I have no further questions, but I'm happy, since the report is coming forward, to receive the supplementary report as well as the recommendations in the report as well, to keep this moving along. And if we could, based on this delegation today, see whether or not that second truck can get on the boat as well, or if we can get it here around the same time. And then maybe we could announce that we are the first city to have 2 operating EV trucks in the field in the city. That would be awesome. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
I can add just one thing. That second truck is being shipped. Right now it's about approximately 2 weeks behind the first one, behind the Brampton truck. So it was intended to be a demo, but it is for sale.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegations. We do have a report item 10.2.1 and 10.2.2, the budget amendment and request to begin procurement, to be received by Councillor Santos. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. The motion carries.
Sorry, through you, Chair Brar. So that was just receipt of the delegations, or is that receiving the report, the supplementary report? Just to clarify, you said receive the report. The original report is to approve recommendations.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so this is approving 10.2.2 and receiving 10.2.1 and the delegate. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Thank you. Next item is 6.3, delegations. Item 11.2.4, residential rental licensing pilot program. We have a staff presentation, staff report, and related correspondence on today's agenda regarding this item. In accordance with the procedure by law, we'll first receive the staff presentation, followed by the delegations, before considering the staff report and the correspondence. We have the following representatives listed on today's agenda for the delegations regarding this matter. Jeanette Loretta, Brampton resident. Welcome.
So through you, Chair Brar, we're going to hear the staff presentation first.
Yes, staff presentation first. Thank you.
And we'll just bring up the presentation momentarily.
Okay, good morning, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Marla Palermo. I am a policy planner with the Integrated City Planning. And today I'll provide an overview of the residential rental licensing pilot program. So you can go to the next slide, please. So the purpose of the program is to create a 2-year pilot in the wards 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7. And then the next slide will show it's bounded by The wards are bounded by Beauvais Drive to the north. We have Mississauga Road to the west, 407 down to the south, and then Bramalea Road to Torbram to the east. Next slide, please. Staff was directed back in March of 2023 to come back with an implementation plan of a 2-year pilot program for a residential rental licensing program based on the benchmarking that was conducted at that time, with the objective to protect the health and safety and human rights of persons, to protect the residential amenity, character and stability of residential areas, to proactively mitigate potential risks that may exist within a particular business sector, and provide enforcement mechanisms to respond to complaints relating to that sector. Next slide, please. So staff had proceeded with looking at, within those applicable wards, the amount of ARUs that are present. So in total, back in July, we had about 7,500 that were registered with the city of additional residential units. Out of those, 2,400, just over that, were registered within the past 2 years. And we would also look as part of this program to, again, license those ARUs, along with single-family dwelling units that are registering the entire dwelling and renting that we do not have documentation of them being registered within the city. Next slide, please. So these next few slides will provide a framework for the pilot program itself. Again, it was a collaboration amongst various departments, including enforcement and bylaw services, fire and emergency services. We also have the clerk's office, legal department, and the building division. So who is required to obtain a residential rental licensing within these wards? It would be those that are renting the properties within wards 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7, as shown on the map previously. We'd also be looking at properties that are renting renting 5 or less units, owners of rental housing units, operators of rental housing units that will have to apply for a license, and dwelling units that are used or intended to be used for residential rental properties. The program is going to be exempting the following uses. It would be exempting, again, properties that contain more than 5 units, hotels, motels, lodging houses, supportive housing facilities. Next slide, please. Looking at long-term care homes, senior care residents, and short-term rentals. There are also being proposed special exemptions, which I'll clarify in the second point, is that properties that obtain their ARU registrations within the past 2 years, we still will require them to obtain a license. However, we feel it's appropriate to waive the fee, as these individuals have already registered their ARU, paid the registration fee, along going through the building permit process and paying the building permit fees, and also having the inspections conducted. We also look at special exemptions for residential properties that are no longer being rented by the property owner, and also the sale of property and new property owners that do not want to continue with the residential rental unit. Of course, for those last 2 items, the points that we have highlighted will require supporting documentation and or inspection to make sure that the special exemption would be granted appropriately. Next slide, please. There will also be, as part of this bylaw, licensing bylaw, we'll have violation section, and we'll apply the non-parking administrative monetary penalty system, the non-parking AMPS bylaw, that enforcement and bylaw services will be able to initiate, along with fire protection and the Prevention Act. We're also proposing to conduct random inspections through our benchmarking and research. We found that it would be appropriate for staff to conduct inspections on approximately 2 to 3% of the total number of ARUs within those applicable wards, which would equate to 150 to 225 units. And according to other municipalities that we've actually researched, that comes in line with one person actually conducting the inspections annually, the number of units they would conduct. We would target second units and ARUs that are registered in 2021 or earlier, or units that have been modified, and also ones that have received multiple complaints over the past 2 years. We also propose that the business licensing pilot program be a one-time issuance, therefore only paying the fee at one time, because as we go through the program, it will require a little bit of time of education and outreach prior to people actually applying for a license. And within the 2 years, we'll probably be more than halfway through the program at that time, 6 to 8 months. Next slide, please. We also did an analysis as part of the motion from council to look at the resources required. So a lot of the municipalities that we had interviewed do have dedicated staff to the program itself to ensure its success. Enforcement and bylaw services looks at hiring 3 staff immediately. 2 property standards officers. Again, all these positions will be contract full-time positions. A business analyst, they will also be needing that to start off in 2024 when the program commences. The city's clerk's office is looking at phasing in 2 business licensing clerks throughout the program just to see the uptake of applications. And for the building division, they are requesting that a plans examiner be hired, but again, that'll be in 2025 and an as-needed basis depending on the ARUs that have been modified, and that would have to come back and register with the city. Doing an analysis of all these positions, along with a corporate communication strategy, we're looking at the first year of the capital budget requests of $625,000 in 2024 and $750,000 in 2025. Again, this will continue with the contract staff positions that are carried over from 2024, along with the additional building division plans examiner if needed, and moving forward there. And also, I forgot to mention that the fire prevention division will be using existing resources, and then we'll determine after the 2-year pilot whether additional staff is needed at that time. Next slide, please. And this gives you basically a table of the costs. We anticipate that in total there would be, over the 2 years, the program would cost $1,375,000. We anticipate, based on other programs such as our short-term rental and the ARU program, when it initially started as a 2-unit registry program, it was a slow uptake of approximately 12 to 20%. So looking at the numbers, we base approximately 1,500 will come forward voluntarily and apply for a business license. Out of the ARUs that we do have documented within those applicable wards, again, it does not include whole dwellings that are being rented at this time. We will do some additional analysis to look at those units to see if we can capture them and send out some mailing to them to advise them of the program. And again, the total budget shortfall that we project based on these numbers is $925,000 after the 2 years. Again, our next steps is to move forward with stakeholder engagement to advise them of the program and educate them of what is coming up. We also develop a communication strategy that will look forward to the outreach and education piece heavily in Q4 of 2023 and continue on into 2024, the early part. And that way we can encourage people to come and register, and we will be promoting on the safety and well-being of the program, and we will be going forward with that initiative. And again, we also want to create a program that is flexible and that can adapt to the city context. And that's why we would like to, we want to create a task force dedicated to this program so they can meet on a regular basis and determine if there's any adjustments that need to be made to the program, and that way it become more successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Santos, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. Both Councillor Keenan and I have quite a number of questions and suggestions for amendments to further strengthen this pilot program moving forward. However, we do know that there are some delegations that are coming up, and so we're happy to have the delegations come first, bring the report forward thereafter, and then ask the questions of staff, if that's okay with folks.
Thank you. So our next delegation is from Jeanette Loretta, Brampton resident. Please come up. Or online.
Thank you. Do I start now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I am speaking to you today as a resident and a renter in Brampton to advocate that the residential rental licensing program not just apply to the smaller mom and pop landlords who rent out their basements or homes to a very, very small portion of your renters, but to include all corporations and real estate investment trusts, REITs, and all financialized landlords to ensure the fair and safe housing for all of your residents who rent in this city. I've lived in a Capri-owned townhouse complex at 800 Clark Boulevard for over 10 years now. They boast about being Canada's largest being Canada's largest publicly traded provider of rental units. In 2022, they owned 65,000 residential properties in Canada and the Netherlands, worth $17 billion. As of March 21st, it became 6,527 just in Canada alone, and that number just keeps increasing. We have 23,439 rental units in Ontario alone. 31,000 are townhouses, probably like the one I live in. Sorry, I couldn't find the number for Brampton Peel, but I think it's safe to assume it's probably a whole lot. There's 183 in my complex alone. I've seen what these corporate giants get away with and what they do to their tenants. Many of the tenants here have numerous health, safety, and maintenance issues that are not being addressed. If you're a long-term resident, they either completely ignore your request by deleting work orders, stating they're done when they haven't even looked at the issue, or they do substandard repairs, so they have to keep doing them repeatedly. I myself have tried to have a mold issue in my unit fixed for the last 8 years of my tenancy here and have had repairs/paint overs done 4 times in the last 8 years in the same room alone, and it's now spreading within my unit. The last time they supposedly repaired it, they didn't even have the common courtesy to remove the wet moldy plaster first. They simply applied more plaster and a coat of paint on top of the wet dripping ceiling. They also lie and tell us that they use mold-resistant paint, but I call BS on that because I don't believe that any mold-resistant paint could wash off when you try to clean your walls. Meanwhile, they completely gut every vacated unit in this, vacated unit in this place to replace the whole new unit, sometimes only months after the last tenants have left. So then they can jack up their rent $1,000 a unit. Even though they get that $1,000 a unit, they are still applying for AGIs for these capital expenditures. Right now, they are hitting us up with an AGI from 2018. Caprete's Capital Turnover's monthly residential rents for 3 months ending March 31st increased by 26.7% on 2.6 of their Canadian rental portfolio. 27.6%. That's what they're doing. They're kicking out that many people. No wonder why they don't want to do repairs on the people that lived here more than a year. They only got 2% on their renewals that are systematically making long-term tenants live in constant state of disrepairs. We live in fear of reporting issues because management tries to blame the tenant and makes them pay for the repairs that are just normal wear and tear on substandard materials. They told a single mother of 4 with 4 autistic children, 4 children, 3 of them were autistic, that if she didn't want to live in a unit with mold, she would have to move into another unit. But of course, for that extra $1,000 a month, who will protect her? Who will protect her kids? Who will protect any of us? This is what these corporate landlords are doing to your voters, and they have more than 5 renters. We have also had tenants take Caprete to the LTB for maintenance issues. That's a complete joke. Before the pen even hits the paper, the tenant has ended up having to pay for the repairs themselves because Caprete's corporate legal dream team annihilates any paralegal we can get to represent us, or we have to represent ourselves against them because we are renters and we can't afford the caliber of lawyer that might have any chance against their corporate dream team. Who will protect us? Who will protect the next potential renter that's looking for a safe and healthy place to live? And I'm sorry, but please forgive me. I don't know any other way but to call them from these corporate slumlords. They do what they want and they get away with it. These poor immigrant families that buy a home and rent out part of said home to pay their mortgage would have already been hit with citations or possible fines already. But
Jeanette, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. My personal issues aside, I urge you to consider the following points of all licensing landlords. What about tenant protection? Licensing can serve as a valuable tool for safeguarding the rights and health and safety, fairness, and equitability. By extending the rental licensing landlords, it levels the playing field for all property owners to high standards. Plus, money to bring into the city is huge. I urge each and every one of you as esteemed members of the City Council to protect all of your citizens and renters in this fine city, and not just the few little bit. To have moved towards an inclusive, comprehensive approach to landlord licensing. Your leadership with this cause will undoubtedly make this city a better place to live for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeanette, for your delegation. Our next delegation is Tanya Burkhart, Brampton resident.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya Burkhart, and I'm here to advocate for tenants in rental buildings with 5 or more units. Next slide, please. My journey with Boardwalk didn't actually begin in May of 2018. Wynn Family Properties used to own the complex that I live in. There's 152 units in the complex. And Starlight then turned around and purchased the property in 2018. The fire marshal closed 3 of the buildings and displaced 57 families and had to rectify a roof over roof situation. The units were not properly inspected or properly renovated. Boardwalk purchased the property from Ardglen in April or March of 2022 for $55.5 million. There is still no safe accessibility. Hallway ceilings leak. There's mold around windows, corners. They ignore outstanding work orders and spend as little as possible to complete repairs, and safety is absolutely not a priority. I don't drink the water because it smells and tastes bad and has lead. Fuel tested the water. Appliances are inefficient and old, and rent for a similar 3-bedroom is now about $2,600. And there's a wait list. Next slide, please. This particular notice is an Electrical Safety Authority violation, an ESA violation. It was issued in March of 2022, and within 14 days of this being issued to Starlight, they were able to sell the building to Boardwalk for $55.5 million. So that violation was ignored, and the sale of the building still occurred, and this violation is still active and has never been rectified. Next slide, please. Repeatedly, Ardglen, this community has had a lot of fire safety issues, and we've had to work very hard to get basic fire safety, such as smoke detectors, CO alarms, adequate alarms, extinguishers. And so we've had to work really hard. I don't think we should have to work that hard for basic safety. Next slide, please. These pictures were taken before I spoke before an organization in BC called SHARE, and I spoke to Boardwalk's bank and investors, and Boardwalk was on the call. And Sam Coleus had to sit through this presentation with his bank and shareholders, and he was questioned why his buildings look like this. So now they are renovating the front-facing building, painting lines on the parking lot, and paving our accessible pathways, so that's not considered safe and accessible. Next slide, please. These are laneways in the backs of buildings at night. It's very dark, there's no lighting. They've installed lighting, but they don't turn the lights on and the lights don't work. So I deal with this night after night. Next slide, please. They're currently renovating the front of the building because I spoke to their bank and shareholders, and this is their idea of safe construction site. There's large nail spikes, lumber everywhere. There's no barriers, having people blocked from this work area, and so they don't maintain safe work sites. They've also ground down concrete and had so much dust in the buildings that they've set off the fire alarm twice in 2 buildings, so it's a waste of city resources. There's no current system in this proposed residential licensing program that accounts for landlords over 5 units, or tenants over 5 units. So we have no protections, and we can't go to LTB because there's an 8-month backlog, and you're risking eviction by doing so. So I'm asking the city to consider adding corporate landlords to their licensing program. I don't like the word licensing, I like the word registration, because they should be charged $15.40 per unit. It puts money in the city's pocket, and it allows bylaw enforcement a system of structured inspections and milestones to meet with corporate landlords, big and small. So it gives bylaw teeth to inspect and basically cite landlords like Boardwalk. They're giant, $55.5 million, and that's what the property looks like. That's what our tenants go through, and violations go unchecked. Who checks that ESA violation? No one. So please consider adding corporate landlords and units of more than 5 to protect your tenants. Thank you for having me speak today.
Thank you for your delegation, Tanya. Our next delegation is from Stacey Ann, Brampton resident.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Are you able to hear me properly?
We are.
Good morning again, and thank you for having me this morning. My name is Stacey Ann Stevenson, and I'm a renter at 802 Clark Boulevard. Now, my motion today is for the pilot program and license program to incorporate really corporation like Caprite. Caprite is the owner of our building, and there are so many things that have gone unnoticed. Work orders. I'm a single mom with 3 kids. In 2021 October, I had a flooding. The toilet in the downstairs bathroom broke. It flooded out the entire upper level, including the persons who live on the 2nd floor. And all the tiles were erupted from the floor, and it took months for them. And I had to reopen the work order to say, hey, I have a toddler and she walks along the floor, and if a splinter didn't go in her foot, right, then no one would have come to even try to fix the floor. Now, in a situation like that, where I get to go to an emergency and I go to Brampton Civic Hospital, right, I get reprimanded because then I should have done something else. Now, all of these things go unnoticed, right? Because a corporate giant like that, right, they have systems and they have money that go behind them, and then they can go move forward to do a lot of things, right? And then we as renters, we are just left to just try to make it through the system on our own, right? There's mold. Each time I make a mold complaint, they send someone, the person comes with a paint, and they paint over it. That's not fixing the problem. That's just covering it up for a temporary fix, right? My washer and dryer is not working. They sent someone to look at it recently. The person is going to tell me that I'm going to be held responsible if I don't go behind the machine and pull out stuff, right? You can't have a corporation that's going to sanction the tenants for making a complaint or putting a service activity in to say something is wrong with the unit, right? Currently, the Caprite is taking everyone in the building to court on the 27th of September. And again, for myself, you're taking me to court again in December, right? Because they want to increase the rent over the threshold. Caprite increased my rent, I'm not sure for anyone else, but they increased my rent all through the midst of COVID, even though it was a nationwide rent freeze. They increased my rent as a single renter right through COVID, and there's a next rental increase that's coming up in October. So if there's no one holding these corporate giants accountable for the things that they're doing to the renters, right? They need to be held accountable. They really need to be held accountable. And just like they close the work orders without even looking at it, I've seen persons come inside my unit as a plumber, and a year later, they're coming to inspect fire alarm system, right? All they do, they just get persons who they can pick from anywhere to save money and then send them in to come do a temporary fix in the units. So I'm just pleading right now to everyone that's able to hear my voice, not only for myself, but for other persons who are looking to come to Canada, to make Canada their home. These are some of the things that we as immigrants, as renters, as persons who are, just here trying to get a better life, we are being suppressed by these corporate giants who have money, who make money, and then they shove us underneath the carpet. They do a little fixture on the outside and say it's good, but it's not good. They need to be held responsible for every unit that they put on the building, right? And they need to be held accountable. And I'm just asking, please put corporate renters as part of this rental licensing program so that they can be held accountable for the things that they do and their attributes towards the renters. Thank you guys so much for listening.
Thank you, Stacey Ann, for your delegation. Our next delegation is from Sunand Sharma, Associate Dean, Community Citizenship, Student Leadership, and Engagement, Sheridan College. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Brown, councilors, and respected staff. My name is Sunand Sharma, and I'm an Associate Dean at Sheridan College. As written up there, I have the privilege of leading a number of teams, and one of the teams that I have the privilege of leading is our off-campus housing team, which supports students to find safe and affordable housing while they complete their studies. I want to start by commending city staff and council leadership for this pilot project. I recall working with Morella back in 2018-2019 to gather information from Sheridan students regarding the rental experience in the city. We've heard from many of our students who want to live off campus that finding safe and affordable housing continues to be a challenge. Often this impacts their safety and well-being. This was a key theme of the International Student Summit that we convened in partnership with the City of Brampton in July 2022 that many of you attended. I think this pilot will bring about much needed change and a better way of doing things that prioritizes health and safety of residents, including our students. Please know that Sheridan stands ready to support this important work and will ensure any vacancies generated through our partnerships are compliant with the new landlord licensing program. As you launch this pilot in January 2024, we are also working towards launching a student co-living housing pilot of our own in January as well. I believe immediate housing solutions lie in existing vacancies, and with proper oversight and college involvement, we can provide additional quality homes and beds for student renters in Brampton. After several months of due diligence, we are the first post-secondary institution in Canada to have signed a master leasing contract and would be the second after Waterloo to start this master leasing concept. Our pilot is very much aligned to yours. It's about creating more safe, licensed, and affordable co-living spaces in the community where all our students would need to do is move in. I've learned a lot working in student housing, and just like residents, housing preferences are all different. While we will continue to focus on generating safe and affordable rooms for individual renters, which are bylaw compliant, we have a prime opportunity to support groups of students hoping to live together in co-living situations. We have groups of students who come from the same city internationally, or from the same high school or language school or feeder institution who want to live together. Sheridan is working with a company that master leases full homes for co-living accommodations. Homes which are selected for the pilot will be retrofit into doubles, where space allows, and fully furnished. Students will be provided with beds, linen, desk, lamp, stocked kitchen, and will be provided weekly cleaning. We will also ensure that lawn maintenance, snow removal, and maintenance is also part of this package with our students. It also means a seamless experience for our landlords as well. With your support, our initial pilot would be 20 to 30 beds, simply 3 to 4 homes, so that we can test the master leasing concept to see if this is something that is scalable. This company provides this service in several U.S. jurisdictions with large post-secondary student populations like NYU, and as I previously mentioned, in nearby Waterloo. Please note this will not be rooming houses, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the difference between the two. These will be shared co-living dwellings where students with similar social and cultural backgrounds will be housed to create a better sense of community. Students will have full access to all areas of the home, and these homes will act as mini dorms for groups of students. Many international students who come here continue to face barriers, such as not having a cosigner or reference in Canada. This often renders them into poor housing options, which are often and can be unsafe. Sheridan will act as the guarantor financially to secure the homes and will cultivate homes that are focused on supporting educational aspirations. With the college's involvement, homes will have codes of conduct and rules for co-living that resemble student dorms. Residents will also be taught Sheridan's Be a Good Neighbor program, thanks to, I see some friends in the back room and bylaw and enforcement who help us put that program together. So residents will be taught the Sheridan Be a Good Neighbor programming that focuses on tenant responsibilities. So we are here to lend our support to your pilot and share the information about ours. In the end, I truly believe that both will increase the safety for student tenants living in Brampton. I believe by working together on these innovative ideas, we can create safe and legal options to overcome what has become a housing crisis. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your delegation, Senator Sharma. Any councilors have any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is from Nicole Brown, Brampton resident.
Hello, good morning. So my name is Nicole Brown and I'm a resident of Brampton for 15 years and I have lived in my current building for 10 years. My time today will be spent making appeal to the city and council members whose residents are impacted and some of whom are employed by the city itself. If you're not a homeowner and you're here today, this appeal is for you too. The building was family owned prior to the new owners buying the building, and the difference is one that council respect that there is a goal of the city to increase the supply of purpose-built but these units won't come to fruition soon enough. The residential rental licensing program is excellent, and I commend these residential apartment buildings. Backlog at one place or another, or a landlord that just doesn't care. I want council members to know, I want council members to know that it wasn't long after the pandemic that our building was bought by a corporate landlord. Their current process is to make the state of living miserable, then attempt renovation. In a few short months, we lost the supers. The building was no longer being cleaned frequently. The door was broken for months and wouldn't close. And then the very illegal issue of issuing documents that were not filed, but, were a request for eviction or renoviction. It was sad to witness because there's tenants with special needs and mobility issues in these low-rise and affordable buildings that get impacted. There are a lot of people living in multi-residential apartments, and the current market has a lot of them scared because, to be frank, they may not be able to afford to live anywhere else or do so on the landlord's time. I've witnessed the lengths that the corporate landlords will take to remove tenants at their whim, and the city should do more to shun them. The licensing program is exactly what a lot of residents in these buildings are fighting for and would greatly benefit from the pressure that comes from the city. We have been looking for some accountability for a while, and although the market is in a state all over, the housing market, Brampton can do more to support the residents and with these new age landlords that are driving residents out of the city. To be frank, there will not be much support when you call 311 outside of being told that this is a municipal jurisdiction, right? We are all consumers, we're students, we're employees, and we shouldn't get left behind. So please consider adding multi-residential apartment buildings, as a lot of the fight with the corporate landlords are very basic requests that are safety concerns, fire hazards, and general upkeep of the building. I want to note too, please remember that these buildings, they are average buildings with hardly any amenities that are far cry from Log 3, right? But they still have good people building families and going about their way that want to stay in Brampton, living in them. The city of Brampton has an opportunity with this program to include all residents, and that's a way to show the value of our tax dollars at work. It is a good plan on how to seriously address the living conditions of a lot of residents and to witness the modus operandi of these corporate landlords. And respectfully, the amounts presented today in the report, frankly, would be clear the difference if the city enforced the violations listed on page 6 of the pilot plan. We feel like we are on our own, so please consider those of us residents in these buildings and take a stand with us. We're fighting by ourselves now, but the city can stand with us to get more control, more support, and just reassurance for residents, as mentioned before me, students mentioned before me as well, parents of young children who are dealing with repercussions by themselves and can't like use a corporate landlord as an excuse to get out of certain things. There were pictures shown today of real life buildings and the real state of how
Nicole, your 5 minutes is up. If you can wrap up, please.
are dealing with. Thank you so much for listening with me today, and I hope that we will consider multi-residential buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, for your delegation. Our next delegation is from Margaret Badley, Brampton resident.
Go ahead, Margaret. You have up to 5 minutes. Through you, Chair Brar. Look, Margaret was there, but it looks like she's now gone from the session. Oh, she's right there. Can you go ahead and unmute her mic, Gagandeep?
Through the chair, I'm sending the request, but she hasn't unmuted yet.
Can you go ahead and unmute it? So Margaret, if you can unmute your mic, it's your turn to address the committee on the residential rental licensing program pilot. Margaret? So Madam Chair, she may have walked away, so I'm going to suggest that we need to move on, and we'll move Margaret back to the attendee list, and the matter is now before committee, and members have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Palashi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all remember in 2014 when young 10-year-old Gabriel lost his life in that tragic fire. And today I'm shaking my head hearing that there are issues at Arglen again. I know that we've done a tremendous amount of work in the communities, specifically Arglen, to try to bring awareness and safety matters. But I really want to know, when was the last time we were in there? What's been happening kind of since? What else are we doing in Arglen to support the tenants mainly? Chief? Or, sorry.
Through the chair, maybe I'll start just with some history, then I'll definitely pass it over. But I know in 2023, earlier this year, we put in a low-rise inspection program and went to all 8 buildings. And I think there was only one deficiency that was found relative to the fire code that was complied with. But we do public education and outreach there. I remember going through COVID door to door through Arglen, handing out information with our fire life safety team, with our fire prevention team, and it will be on anytime fires happen in the area. We would go by, and or a proactive education blitz, we would go by Arglen, just knowing some of the history and the importance of educating public on fire safety, fire prevention. So I'm not sure if Deputy Van Holt might have some more information to add to that, as he's in charge of community risk reduction, fire prevention, and education.
Yeah, and thank you. And Deputy Von Holt, or GAP, if you let me know when was the last time we've received calls from the community, how often are we going out there? Are we able to access? Are we issuing fines, penalties? What's happening on that side? Sure.
Yeah, we were out there, as the chief mentioned, or former chief mentioned, that in 2023 this year, as part of our low-rise inspection program, inspecting all the rises in the city of Brampton. And Ardglen Properties was part of that. And I don't have the exact date we're there, but it was this year. And it was all in compliance at the, when any orders we issued were in compliance after that. And we've had one complaint for a blocked exit in May, and that was also complied with. So we don't obviously go on a regular basis to that property, but we're trying to do that for the next 2 to 3 years. Every year we'll be going to Ardglen as part of the low-rise inspection program. Previous to that, we were doing high-rises. We did 5 years of high-rise inspections every year, and now we're moving to the low-rises. So, if we get a complaint, certainly we follow up on all complaints on fire safety-related issues. So if there are any issues at Ardglen related to smoke and CO alarms, I can definitely speak to, I believe was it Tanya? Yeah, I can speak to her after here, and we can get that addressed if those exist. So,
Andrew, maybe if we can send out notices too to some of these buildings, advising how to proceed, how to go about issuing the complaints, and what are kind of those steps,
sure,
ensuring that they're they know that they're supported by the city of Brampton first and foremost, and not the landlord.
Sure, we can definitely work through our public education division to maybe do some notices about, contacting fire for any fire safety concerns, for sure.
Okay. Chief, we're good.
Through the chair, from a property standards perspective, we attended to 9 complaints in 2023. Some of them were property standards, interior, exterior complaints, refuse, weeds. Those were either complied by the property management at the time. We had also 15 in 2022 complaints, very similar complaints that we investigated at that point. So every time a complaint comes through, an officer is assigned, investigates it. We work with the property management team in order to get compliance.
Can we put Ardglen on that kind of, I know that, when our officers go and they do a fantastic job in trying to, bring attention or write the orders to comply for anything that's safety concern. But when you have somebody like Ardglen where, you saw some of those pictures, like even the stairs with the ramp, like that's not code. Like we know that that's not code. You can't have a ramp right beside stairs like that where somebody can trip and fall. Like even I know back in the construction days, 32 inches and the height and it's got to be something like that. Can we make it known that, whenever our officers go out there, they're looking at everything, fine-tooth comb, especially for landlords like that aren't fixing things like that?
Through the chair, absolutely. This will be part of, as a proactive, as we get a complaint, we may even look at, based on the conversations today, we may even send our officers just to have a look and see where we're at today.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Councillor Santos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a series of questions related to the delegations and also related to the report itself, as does Councillor Keenan. And I'm very pleased that this report is coming forward. Before I start talking about the licensing landlords report, I just want to address another issue that the delegates brought forward, which was in regards to mold within the units. Now, to be clear, that is a Region of Peel Public Health matter, I believe. And so, Mr. Clerk, I'm wondering whether or not we could forward those particular delegations. They would be number 1, 2, 3, and 5 to as notice to Region of Peel, specifically Peel Public Health. Is that a possibility for us to forward these delegations accordingly?
Through you, Chair Brar, we can. We don't have written submissions, it's safe and except for one, to forward. So my advice would be that we can provide contact details for Peel Public Health for those delegations to reach out to them directly.
Yeah, that would be great, because the mold, I know, because I've spoken to Acorn and various delegates who've been here, who are here today about the mold issue. And just to be clear again, our bylaw enforcement and even fire don't have jurisdiction over that particular matter. And in fact, the buildings and apartment buildings and landlords of apartment buildings are kind of within the jurisdiction of the province of Ontario through the Ontario Landlord and Tenants Act, I believe. I'm looking to Steve for the head nod. And so while we appreciate the issues related to building apartment buildings and the matters that you've brought forward today, the unfortunate reality is that there is existing regulation and jurisdiction through the province and region of Peel to deal with those matters. And the reason why we asked, Councillor Keane and myself and council have asked for staff to report back on additional residential units specifically, is because there are not necessarily the same type of stringent regulations in that particular market. So they're two separate, they're two different things. And so what I would propose, in speaking with staff as well as Councillor Keenan, is that as we proceed with the pilot related to additional residential units and licensing landlords for additional residential units, we also take a look at how we better regulate buildings themselves, which are under kind of a different jurisdiction to have their own regulations set in place. So just so you know, if we're not including it today, we are still in parallel looking at the matters related to buildings specifically, but we're separating it from additional residential units, because that's a whole other beast that we're dealing with at the City of Brampton, if that makes sense to the delegates today. And so that being said, I'm now going to move into the report itself. First, we're going to start with the reference to single detached. I know that we have looked at additional residential units within the licensing program. I just want clarification on single detached rentals. So a full house being rented out, perhaps with 10 beds. Like it's an ongoing complaint that Councillor Keenan, myself, Councillor Power get all the time, that there's a full house being rented out and 10 beds. Could we just get confirmation that that will be included in the pilot?
Through the chair, through to Councillor Santos, yes, that will be included in the pilot, and also have Morella and Jeff here to answer any further questions or elaborate as needed.
Sure, you might as well come up, because we'll probably have other questions, Morella. And by the way, you did an excellent job, Morella and Steve and Jeff and team. Great job at pulling off this report in such a short period of time and including a lot of our feedback and concerns. Greatly appreciated, but go ahead.
Okay, through the chair, just to provide extra clarification, we did conduct interviews with other municipalities such as Windsor and Hamilton, and we kind of explored their methods because they were also applying a pilot program. And Windsor applied an approach that to identify those single-family detaches that are being rented out in its entirety that we can't capture, is to look at the property tax roll along with the mailing address and kind of doing a filtering of that sort to see whether they're a corporation, and if the mailing address doesn't match the property address, then there's good indication that it's being rented as a single detached dwelling.
Mhm.
And that's how we were going to approach it also. So I put through the request through IT to acquire the information, but it's quite extensive, right, to calculate all that, to get all that information for those particular wards, but it's being worked on currently. So we're hoping to get an approximate numbers. It won't be exact, but it'll be a starting point.
And those are the ones that we can capture, not necessarily the ones that are illegal, that we don't know about yet or are unreported at this time. Which is why I think the whole, in the report we referenced, and I spoke to bylaw about this as well, the importance of not only dealing with the low-hanging fruit regarding the registered ARUs, but also identifying those hotspots and those worst offenders that are not registered units. So Councillor Keenan, Councillor Power, myself, we get ongoing complaints. You hear them, we forward it over to you of specific addresses where the neighbors are complaining that there's illegal units in their property standard violations, cars in driveways. We need to make sure that apart from the ARU low-hanging fruit that are registered units right now, we're looking at those possibly illegal units and knocking on their door and saying, hey, I think this is a rental and you need to get a license. Just to confirm that. And then another question that we had was on, in the appendix 1 of the report, there's a chart that breaks down the motion itself and how staff have actioned that particular motion item. And in clause 3B, I believe it references a cap on residents. In clause 3A, it references a cap on actual units in the motion. Just wondering for clarification, can we do that? Can we put a cap on the number of units in a single house or dwelling? And also, can we put a cap on the number of residents within that ARU or within the unit or within the house itself?
So through the chair, I did ask a couple of colleagues regarding the ARUs putting caps on the number of individuals, and I was told that was not possible because again, you're looking at the individual unit as per the legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of, again, I would just probably defer back to the building code in terms of looking at the safe spaces that are created, that each dwelling unit may be different in size. So putting a cap on a particular number, I mean, we could potentially explore that. I have to look further into that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, when we were doing our research, was looking at the safe habitable spaces, sleeping areas, making sure that people have adequate space.
Great.
And maybe I can address that in the next report and look further into that.
Okay, and then can I get a clarification, just for the public's sake, what the definition of a unit is?
So we have defined in the report, I'm not sure if it could be brought up, it was a habitable living space that was accommodated by one or two more persons that would have an egress and egress. So I think it's in the report. I don't have it
That's fine.
memorized
No,
offhand.
that's totally fine. Okay, I mentioned that. The other piece, so Sheridan came in and delegated, and I noticed in the report there's a specific mention on page 9 at the very bottom regarding stakeholder partnerships and partnering with post-secondary institutions to find solutions around safer and accountable housing for students. And so because Sheridan came in to delegate and share their model that they're bringing forward, their pilot in January, just some comments from you about how we're going to integrate that in the implementation of our pilot.
May I start through the chair, through to Councillor Santos. The report does recommend the creation of a task force for this pilot program, 2 years. So, it would be my suggestion that staff continue their working relationship with Sheridan College and bring them in as part of the task force. So that way we can see how this program could evolve as part of the pilot and then operationalize after the 2 years.
Okay, great. And I think Councillor Keenan's going to talk about that shortly as well. Next question is about the code of conduct. I noticed that we didn't necessarily require that as part of the license, although we mentioned it in the motion itself. But I did notice that in the licensing requirements, there's quite a checklist of things that they're going to need to present and be required to do, which is kind of essentially a code of conduct. But I think that through the task force, we could strengthen that a little bit more. We've spoken to staff about some ideas on how to strengthen that, and perhaps either like after the pilot and reviewing the pilot, if we feel like a code of conduct is necessary, then maybe we look at it then. But I could appreciate that there might be some legal implications related to forcing landlords to sign a code of conduct. And then demerit point system. Through the task force, just want to highlight that I know in the report it recommends going against the demerit point system based on bad behavior. But what I'm wondering is if we could find a way to use a demerit point system to penalize worst offenders. If we could look at that as well, to a point where we actually revoke their license if they are constant repeat offenders. And then the only other thing that I wanted to bring up is that as we look to licensing landlords, there's a number of different pressures that are happening right now with respect to ARUs. There's pressure from the federal government saying you have to implement ARUs. There's pressure from the provincial government saying you have to implement additional residential units as another option for our housing crisis across the country. But they're not really talking about how municipalities are going to service the increased demand of going from a single detached house that is only supposed to maybe house 5 people. So we're talking about wastewater, sewage, transit, community services aspects, fire and emergency response aspects, bylaw enforcement for a single detached 5-person house, and then changing that to now 3 units and possibly 15 or more residents living in that house. There's no conversation from the provincial or federal government about how the municipalities are going to service that level of change within our existing neighborhoods. And what's interesting is that when the provincial government made their announcement around the funding related to infrastructure, they were only talking about new build and pouring the concrete. They weren't talking about infrastructure support for ARUs. So while they're putting pressure on us to expand further options for developing more housing by using ARUs, they're not giving us the funding for it. Now, we are, through the licensing program, which I'm hoping council will support, are starting to quantify the costs of enforcement related to unaccountable and irresponsible landlords who are either legally or illegally through registration or licensing in our communities, and there will be a proliferation even more so than now. At the same time, those enforcement costs, so the $725,000, $600,000 that have been identified in this pilot to enforce and to implement this licensing program, those dollars still do not account for community services, recreation, transit, roads, fire and emergency services, all the other services that have to deal with a growing population of renters within additional residential units. So I'd like to add to the recommendations an advocacy piece, as I'm going to Ottawa next week to advocate for a new municipal growth framework, to include a revenue option or tool, such as a residential landlord tax. And if you're going to be a landlord for an additional residential unit, you're going to be taxed. We want to advocate for a tax in order to provide the servicing levels required for that influx of the population. So I'd like to, I'm flagging that for Chris, and I know Steve, we spoke about that as well. And if we could prepare something in lead up to my trip to Ottawa next week, that would be great, because that would be a new revenue tool which I can guarantee you is going to get the attention from all the other cities who are advocating on the same page. And also another note I want to say to staff, kudos to you, because even though you did a jurisdictional scan of all the municipalities implementing licensing programs like this, we will be the first, I believe, in the country to have a model like this. And so we should be very proud, because Brampton continues to lead the way on a number of different things, not just electric fire vehicles. Thank you. Those are some of my comments and questions. I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Keenan, and then after that, we will be bringing forward some additional direction on the task force, etc. Councillor Keenan, thank you.
Councillor Santos, before we move on, I just want to make sure, are we moving the staff report forward? Yes.
Yeah, just for discussion.
Perfect.
Sorry, okay, through you, Chair Brar. So Councillor Santos, you spoke about a possible amendment in terms of advocating for residential rental taxes. Are you moving the staff recommendations with that amendment?
Yes, so it would be an additional
Clause.
recommendation as per the report. And there will be a few more coming, possibly? After Councillor Keenan asks his question.
So at this point, we'll add that as a number 7, that the city advocate to is it the federal government? I just need clarity in terms of consideration for a possible residential rental tax.
I think it would be for the federal and provincial government related to a residential landlord tax.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keenan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the staff, for pulling this report together. And thanks to the residents that came in to delegate. I think my colleagues did a great job in addressing a lot of the concerns and how we can move that forward. So I don't want to beat on that drum too much. But I did want to say thank you to Mr. Sharma from Sheridan College for coming in and explaining about your pilot project. Those synergies with the city and with what we're trying to do, I think is incredible. So kudos to you and Sheridan College for pulling that together, and I look forward to investigating it more and seeing how it can play out in our community. So thank you for that. I want to thank Councillor Santos for taking the lead on this and putting the motion forward and allowing me to second it. It has been a privilege to work side by side going through this, and I look forward to continuing the work. It has been great. We tried to make sure that we communicated on what our issues, our concerns were within the report so that we didn't double down on the time here today. I want to recognize our community stakeholders, the community groups. And in my area, it's Peel Village and the Downtown Heritage Group that have been advocating for this for quite some time. We definitely need community input. So I want to say thank you for their advocacy on this file and everything that they do within their communities to make them better. I also want to point out that this has been an issue in Brampton for quite some time, and we know that we have a long way to go. So the pilot project is just our first step in trying to combat the stuff that we're seeing and to make our community safe place for anybody to live in, and always keeping it as beautiful as we can. We want our residents to be confident and comfortable and proud of being a Brampton resident. We're looking to bring people into the community and not trying to have people leave it. So that is one of the things that is important here. So I do have some questions about the report that I am going to ask. So I will go through you, Madam Chair, to staff. My first question is, why would we be exempting the fees on properties that obtained their ARUs? And in your report, you did mention it was because they already paid fees and so on and so forth, which I do sympathize with. But at the end of the day, they're still businesses. And I feel strong that if we're going to roll out this pilot project, that we are going to make sure that we are collecting the fees and holding people accountable from day one. I do think that it will be important to give a reason that people would want to come in first and start to register those things. So I think a staged approach to registering any ARU or rental property. I think what might be appropriate is free for anybody that registers in the first 3 months. And then from a 3 to 6 months, it's half of that. And then after the 6 months period, it's full blown. You've had 6 months to come in. We've given you the initial benefit to registering early. So that way, we might see other people that may not want to do it. We're still providing those ARUs with the ability not to pay the fee in the first year. But past that, the annual fee must stay throughout the pilot project, because I don't see this as a project that we're ever going to cancel. I think we're going to make it better as we go on before we make it permanent. So I would like to see that in year 2, those fees are to be paid again and continue year over year the same way it would anywhere else. And Councillor Santos touched on, is there going to be a limit to how many people that can live inside a unit? But I think that gets addressed in, as long as we're not seeing them sleeping on mattresses in living rooms during our inspections, I think we can kind of deal with that. And the community complains about a unit in particular for too many people they believe live there, and we can have one of those random inspections to make sure that they're living in a safe environment. So I don't want to dive too much into that because I think you already covered it. Now, we'll talk about a massive issue that I see in my area, I know other councillors see in theirs, and it's vehicles. And bylaw knows a lot about it. And what I think is very important that we need to see here is the limit to the amount of vehicles that are associated with rental properties. You know, we've been talking about putting ARUs in major transit corridor areas and so on and so forth. So, you know, if the driveway can take 2 cars and 1 in the garage, then that's on the license. We got to stop this parking up on the side and parking up, you know, on the grass. So I think it has to be part of the license is, you know, this particular dwelling has the ability to house this many vehicles, whether it be 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway, or 3 in the driveway and 1 in the garage, whatever it may be, but I think that should be stated right on their license. In the report, there is an exemption given to residential units that may not be for rent from the property owner. So I'm going to ask for clarification on that. And what I'm assuming it is if they've applied for a basement apartment, but someone in their family is then renting it. And I just want clarification, is that what that particular part of is speaking to?
Okay, through the chair, we were looking at more the residential units that, yeah, the property owner may not want to continue with renting, and maybe a family member is living there in that space. But again, we would recommend that they provide the supporting documentation that we'd be able to go in and inspect to ensure the information is correct that they're providing on their when they come in. We were also suggesting that maybe possibly that similar to your fee structure, that we do encourage them to come and obtain a license, but maybe the fee might be reduced because of the fact that they're not renting. So at least we could have them in the system. So that's another possibility. But also the sale of properties too, right? Some people may not want to continue with the ARU, even though most units are sold by having that legal basement apartment, that people may not be ready. And that's when they do come to clerk's office to get the license, they'll probably note that or call them and say that they're not renting. So we were just trying to encourage them to come and get a license, or at least without a reduction in fee.
Absolutely. So I completely agree with you there. I do know that people put it in for, you know, their children that are, you know, having a hard time buying a home and they move in, or for in-laws that take care of the kids. So I do agree with that. However, I got to make sure that in this program we don't have loopholes that landlords will try to use to stay outside of the fee, outside of the program. And we're going to kind of run into the same issue. So I'm thinking what I would like to see is a stipulation on, you know, what is that? What is that? Is it first? Is it immediate family, which would be parents, grandparents, and children? You know, if the fees are nominal, so if you have to ask your uncle who's going to be staying there for $300 a year, I don't think that's a big ask. And I would still like them to be part of I would still ask that they get a license, whether they don't pay the fee because that's the only way we're going to be able to say, who's your family member? I'm not collecting rent, it's my uncle, right? It's same last name. Is it like, we really need to hammer down on what that's going to look like. I think the task force would be able to do that. But I just want to make sure that they are part of this licensing program, because it'll give us the ability, because maybe in a week they decide, hey, they're going to rent it out now, or we get a complaint about it and we say it's just family members, and they say there's 5 people going into the basement. At that point, we have the ability through the program to do that inspection. So I would definitely like to keep that in. Hopefully my comments are being captured. And I'm happy to answer any questions on what I'm looking for offline if needed. So I talked about the annual fee already, about why we're not charging it. I talked about I gave already how I would like to see it, the first 3 months being free and so on and so forth. So, okay, so that's done. Now we talk about the task force. I seen in the report there was who would be part of that task force. I am going to recommend that councillors be part of that task force. I would like to be part of it. I know that Councillor Santos and Councillor Power would be like to be part of it, and I think that's kind of fitting. It's the wards that are represented, one ward partner from each of the wards represented in the pilot project. So if we can have that in there, I think it would be great. And my last things. One is going to be on number companies. I didn't see in there if a property is owned by a number company, that it be in need of a license. If a number company they're obviously running it as a business for some reason. So I would ask that be included, that if a property is owned by a number company, that it needs to get a license for the property.
Yeah, and we will do that as part of our research that we were going to request from IT in terms of the mailing address versus the owner, just to kind of make that correlation. And looking at corporations and numbered companies too, we can include that.
Okay, great, thank you. And how do we plan, and I'm not sure that we can answer it today, but how do we plan to inform the properties that we've had issues with over the last 5 years, those multiple offenders? We know they're rental units. Is it going to be, registered mail? Are we going to go knock on the door? Like, what is I don't know who can answer that. What is the plan to, and I know we have some time, but not much time to actually get this thing rolling. And with only 3 months that we're giving for it to be free to register, I want to make sure that we have as many people that know about it as possible.
Through the chair, the report does speak to a communication strategy that will roll out sort of leading up to the launch of this program. And then certainly to the points that you and Councillor Santos touched on with sort of the repeat offenders, look to Commissioner Morrison between his department and my department. It's a combination of spot check enforcement and registered mail to bring awareness to those particular individuals that we have this program now, and it's going to be coming into effect as of Jan 1, 2024. So a bit of lead up time to give them a heads up. So it's, I would say, a multi-pronged approach.
Great. So that is everything for me for now. So I just want to say again, thank you so much. This is very exciting that we're able to accomplish this within the first year of this new council, which I think is incredible. A lot of people, for sure, were doubting the fact that we could get here. So I am pleased, and thank you so much to staff that we are here, and I look forward to seeing this through. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to add, there's no additional parking requirements for ARUs, if I'm not mistaken, correct? For additional residential units?
So through the chair, it's my understanding that when ARU is granted, it's one parking spot for that.
Required.
Required.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. So what, just on the parking, when we're looking at parking and the parking capacity as we're enforcing and going to these properties, the one thing I just like to flag, because I've seen it happen many times, is the garage is not being utilized and counted as a parking spot. So let's make sure that, when we're giving these, I like the word registration. Somebody from the public has said use registration. When we're registering them, let's make sure that they're utilizing all their parking that's available.
Yeah, through the chair, you touched on a matter that the team and I had discussed with Councillors Keenan and Santos is, part of this is also not only bringing those who are non-compliant into compliance, but behavioral change.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you that, through my close to 50 years here in the city of Brampton, you've seen people no longer use their garage for cars, but rather their Amazon deliveries and other such things. So part of this is to ensure that people who are going to be part of this program, if you purchased a home with 1 or 2 garages, that's the intended use, and that's what the zoning.
Because we're going to count it as parking, so it needs to be available for the tenants to use for parking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to further the motion along, some amendments to the motion for clarification under number 5, that staff move forward to create a residential rental licensing task force, which includes Councillor Keenan, Santos, and Power, to further strengthen the licensing landlord pilot as discussed at Committee of Council September 20th. So prior to implementation and moving forward once the program commences in Q1 2024. So that particular amendment is there so that the task force can actually get together ahead of time to review with staff and strengthen the implementation as we've discussed at committee today. And then the other amendment that I'd add would be a number 9, and the amendment would be, and any further budget requirements to implement the pilot be included as part of the upcoming budget process.
Councillor Santos, can you repeat that again?
So again, number 5, I'll go back to number 5 because it's not quite there yet. So after and Councillor Power to further strengthen the licensing landlord pilot as discussed at Committee of Council September 20th. And moving forward once the program commences in Q1 2024. Yes.
Sorry.
Landlord pilot as discussed at committee, September 20th.
Sorry, through you, Chair Brar, I think we need more clarity. So my suggested wording is, it's difficult to action something based on a discussion that happens at a meeting.
Okay.
So my advice would be that Clause 5 be amended to say that staff move forward to create a residential rental licensing task force, which includes Councillors Keenan, Santos, and Power, to further strengthen the pilot program implementation prior to and after 2024.
Perfect. That's why you're the best clerk. And then number 9, and any further budget requirements to implement the pilot be included as part of the upcoming budget process.
So through you, Chair Brar, my advice to committee is we stand this item down because there are a number of motions that are being moved on the floor verbally. A number are moved by Councillor Keenan, and we need to make sure that they are correctly captured. So it's going to take some time unless we want to just go through them right now.
Okay. We can stand it down and maybe revise the wording and bring it back a little bit later today. Does that work? Although Councillor Keenan, we just had a discussion. Some of the things that you had mentioned, we can actually deal with through the task force.
Maybe we just talk to staff quickly and make sure. And
Yeah.
if it doesn't need to be incorporated, stand it down, and then we can do it.
Okay, if you want to, and then I think Mayor Brown has something. Yeah. Okay, that's it for now. Mayor Brown?
I'm sure Councillor Keenan can quickly have an aside with the clerk to make sure the wording's right, and then even if it means a 2-minute break. But a few things I want to say. First of all, thank you, Councillor Keenan and Santos, for your leadership on this. I know you both have been passionate about this topic, and Councillor Keenan, I remember you knocking on doors promising residents that you were going to deliver on this exact program. And you know, there was a lot of chatter about doing something for a very long time. It's refreshing to see leadership by councillors where this is an acute challenge in their wards. One friendly amendment I would suggest is number 7, City of Brampton advocate the federal and provincial governments for consideration of a possible residential landlord tax. I think I would call that a cost recovery licensing fee. I think we're in a environment where the government is aggressively looking at encouraging ARUs, and we know that any form of taxation has been rejected, especially when we're in an affordability crisis. But what I'd like to explain is why this is critical. Brampton is leading the charge in ARUs. You look at the impact data, #1 per capita in the country. #1 in the country. Those, almost more than Toronto, despite the fact Toronto is literally 4 times the size. And so I think we've got a learned experience of what it means to live with a significant number of secondary suites that can inform other cities as they go through this. And when I say cost recovery fee, is you look at transit, there's a cost for transit by additional units that there's no funding for. You look at policing, fire, fire service is done on a per capita basis. And frankly, there's, in some cases, additional fire concerns when it comes to secondary units. You look at the pressures on the recreation system. These are all costs that we we have. And so the property system, the property taxation system was never designed for this. And I think, you know, you need to evolve on what the costs are. And if we're going to enter an environment where, you know, the federal government with their Housing Accelerated Fund, the provincial government with this pilot program are very aggressive on encouraging more, you know, secondary suites, not just secondary, third and fourth suites. This needs to be part of it. Otherwise, the property taxation system is broken in Ontario if they don't accommodate for it. So I'd say it's a cost recovery licensing fee to pay for the services required. So I'm not tied to the language, but there has to be some. I looked at Councillor Santos and Keenan for some language on this, but I think this is to pay for the services we're providing.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, and so that was what I was talking about earlier. I guess you missed when I was making those comments, but I still think that the licensing recovery fee, which is essentially what we're costing out right now, doesn't actually encompass all of the other additional services that we're just talking about. So I would leave it as where are we now? For consideration of a possible residential landlord tax or cost recovery fee, and not even tie it to the license per se, because the licensing fee itself, because we do have fees and there's a little bit of cost recovery associated with that, and we're measuring the cost of enforcing the license and registering the license, but we're not actually, through our numbers right now, encompassing the additional costs of transit, fire, road infrastructure, wastewater, sewage, community services, etc. So I'd like to leave it like that, possible residential landlord tax or cost recovery fee. I think if we start talking about a residential landlord tax through the new municipal growth framework and asking the federal government for new ways to generate revenue for the city, these are one of the things that we can advocate for, but it'll also get their attention. If you call it a tax or cost recovery fee, the word tax is going to get their attention, and I want their attention. I think that would probably cover it. I wouldn't tie it necessarily directly with the license.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be the license, just a cost recovery fee is be part of the license.
Yeah, I want to leave tax.
Just to warn you, they've said that's a non-starter. So
that's fine. That's fine. That's why there's an option for or cost recovery.
So when it was proposed, they said no immediately.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, same day.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess now I've heard Councillor Santos double down on the tax. And kind of what we're hearing is it's a non-starter. So I guess I don't know where to go with that. What I do have, just a quick question to staff. Are we able to keep this recovery fee from being passed on from the landlords to the tenants?
Through the chair, one would assume that whatever fees, licensing, registration or whatnot could be baked into rent from the landlord to the tenant. No different than there are costs associated with home ownership or shelter.
Are they essentially just able to add another line item to their to the rent to say that this is it's a municipal recovery fee and pass it right on to the tenant?
Through the chair, that without knowing some of the details as how the program will roll out, that could be a safe assumption.
Is there any way we can stop that from happening?
So through the chair, what I'm hearing in the council discussion is two things. One, there needs to be full cost recovery for this program as the City of Brampton rolls it out and operationalizes it. And two, there needs to be a recognition of fees collected or revenues collected that help offset additional burden or strain on services to make our communities complete, right? Whether they be transit, waste, and whatnot. So what I might suggest that the task force that council is directing staff to assemble, do a bit of financial analysis as to see, and look at some other municipalities to see the fee structures, how the fees are dispersed amongst various costs associated with implementing the program, and then that could be part of the report back.
Could we look at an opportunity for if rent is below the, what is it, CMHA guidelines for affordable rent? If it's below that threshold, could we say that maybe those potentially landlords don't pay that fee, or could maybe another level of, we could request another level of government provide that that amount if there's tenants out there that are below that standard. Is CMHC?
Through the chair, this, the CMHC has a definition for affordability, and then the province also recently updated their definitions from affordable housing to attainable housing. Without knowing the details of what those thresholds are now and what the implications might be, perhaps a friendly amendment to number 7 there could simply be that the City of Brampton advocate to the federal and provincial governments for consideration of possible taxation and cost recovery tools for this program.
So I won't add it, I'll just maybe see Councillor Santos and Keenan are on the board again. Maybe that's something that they can take into account. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, thank you to colleagues. I think we're getting to even better spot than where we were before. I like the suggestion from the Commissioner for consideration of a possible residential tax or cost recovery fee, but I want to add related to additional residential units or like rental units, influx of rental units, and not necessarily tied again to the licensing program, which is again separate from the added costs that we're going to experience outside of administering and enforcing the licensing pilot. So I'm fine with that amendment for consideration of a possible residential tax or cost recovery fee related to additional residential units, the influx of additional residential. Over to you, Commissioner, for further clarification.
It could be just simply related to the implementation of the additional residential unit program in the City of Brampton.
Okay, yeah, that's good, thank you. And then anything else, details related to this, we could hash out further in the task force.
That's correct. Through the chair, the intention is that now that we've been through the passage of this direction, the task force would be formed prior to Q1 of 2024. We could work out a mandate and terms of reference and scope and bring that back to council fairly quickly for endorsement and ratification.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keenan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question was that we can capture everything from that task force and we don't need to keep on adding to this motion so that we can, get this moving forward and this meeting moving forward. So that was all for me. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Just a quick question procedurally, maybe to the clerk or to the treasurer. Would they ask me the provincial government or both? Because my understanding is the provincial government controls what we can tax on, not the feds. Is that not, under the Municipal Act, doesn't it prescribe that ability solely to the province of where we're allowed to charge fees and taxes?
So through you, Chair Brar, I'll start. I read number 7 as advocating to the federal and provincial governments for them to do something. This is about a municipal licensing program. So the federal and provincial governments both have taxation powers or other kind of registration and compliance powers. So presumably they may be able to act within the sphere of residential landlord matters. So I think it applies to both, but I'll defer to others that may be more knowledgeable.
Turn to us.
I think that's the intent. This is not incorporating this within the residential rental licensing program pilot.
Okay, so it's not a municipal tax, okay.
Yeah, through the chair, that's exactly how I interpret it. Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no other councillors, members on the board. So we have a motion.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. We need clarity on number 7. So I heard some different things. So the last amendment I heard from Councillor Santos was taking Commissioner Ganish's suggestion, so it would be possible taxation or cost recovery fees related to the influx of additional residential units. I just want to clarify that because additional residential units is different than residential rental licensing. That is what that's what you said, Councillor Santos.
Yeah, thank
Is
you.
that-
So to clarify the wording that Commissioner Ganesh used in terms of, go ahead, Commissioner.
I don't think, through the chair, influx, perhaps it's the implementation rather than influx.
Yeah, that's fine.
So through you, Chair Brar, then the implementation of additional residential units. Is that correct?
Additional residential rental units.
Rental units.
As per, or like, as per the pilot program within the city of Brampton. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Santos, we're good? Okay, so we have a motion on the screen. I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos, seconded by Councillor Keenan. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you, the motion carries. We also have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegations and correspondence and presentation. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you, the motion carries. Our next item is 8.2.1.
Through you, Chair Brar, there are two additional delegations that were added at the start of the meeting. 6.4 is Sylvia Roberts, and this is in regards to item 8.21 on today's agenda, purchasing quarterly activity report, and then 6.5 again from Sylvia regarding item 8.2.7, the 2023 Q3 operating budget forecast report.
Thank you. Sylvia Roberts, welcome.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. This is specifically, in the delegation request included a specific line item of, there's just this whole list of different purchasing things. So this was regarding consultants for the new transit storage and maintenance facility. It indicated an end date of 2028, and I just wanted to make sure that this is actually related to the warranty period of the project and that the project is still overall on track for buses to be able to move in starting in for the 2027 arrivals.
Through the chair, that's correct. The warranty period is what it references.
Okay, thank you. I just really wanted to make sure because it's a several $100 million project and I want to make sure it's on track.
Thank you. Next delegation.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. This is regarding the surpluses for, I believe it's the quarter, yes, it's the second quarter operating budget forecast. So as part of this, Brampton Transit is forecast to have a $17 million surplus, which is significant, but actually not unprecedented. I believe there's been, since I've been attending council, there have been at least 2 years where Brampton Transit has had surplus in the range of 10 million plus. I think Alex would be able to better remember that, but so the reason for the surplus is part of this is about gapping for labor we haven't been able to hire on staff and when the budget was approved. But a lot of this also has to do with the extremely rapid rise in ridership. Ridership is up 30% over pre-pandemic levels, and the system was struggling before the start of the school year. And from what I've seen, the system, if you've ever driven in downtown Toronto, you will know, you'll have seen where the cars start blocking the intersections and it just turns into gridlock. That is effectively what's happening on Brampton Transit. It is reaching a level of crowding that is stopping the system from working. When the buses are getting to the stops, there's so many people crammed on the buses that people trying to get out, it slows the whole process down, and the on-time performance is just, it's cratered and seems to be getting worse. Not because of any poor operations, but it's just there's physically too many people for the number of vehicles. And so I would humbly request that as part of what you're thinking about what to do with the surplus, I know the treasurer is going to want you to please put it in the general rate stabilization because that's the treasurer's job. But to also consider additional articulated buses to help handle all of that capacity. When the buses are very full, articulated buses offer better revenue recovery because most of your costs are labor, especially the driver. And if you can carry more people, you can carry more fare-paying passengers, and you get more revenue faster than the costs increase. And this will help ensure the system stays financially viable. We're currently on track to blow past the 2026 ridership targets. And if you're trying to look at your service level, number of service hours to get back up to that, you need to shove 200,000 service hours in the next budget, which that's a lot of money, but also I don't know if Brampton Transit could physically deliver that because that is a lot of people to train. And articulated buses allow you to deliver that level of service without having the service hours eat the entire budget, because at the rate we are going with Brampton Transit, the city is going to become a transit agency with a municipality attached to it for how much of the budget and operations it is. Additionally, in Mississauga has had this issue where they've had so much ridership that the slowing down has meant the buses are running less frequently. And so their cost is shooting through the roof per ride because the operators can complete less trips. So you're still paying the same amount for the operators, but now you can take on less passengers. And so if there are not actions urgently done, you could be running into a situation where failure to act now could run into $5 or $10 million per year in additional operating cost. And so the articulated buses are a way to prevent your costs from running out of control. And we should also seriously consider improving traffic signal priority, because that can save 30 seconds here, a minute there. It can really help with the ride times and help make it so we can maximize the number of runs so we don't run into that problem like Mississauga has. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, for your delegation. Perfect. We have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to receive the delegations and the corresponding staff reports. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. So, Mr. Clerk, I believe everyone is ready for lunch. How much time do we need to come back? 1 hour? 1:30? Okay. Recess till 1:30. Thank you.
Hi, Vivian. Okay. Hold on, so you're working until 2? Till 2 o'clock tomorrow? Oh, okay. Then you probably won't need coverage. No, no. Something false? So any emergency comes up. Well, let me know.
Oh, yeah, but the Friday, like this Friday, for sure. Just Friday, tomorrow, Thursday.
Hi,
This
Monique, you have your microphone on? Thank you.
One, Government Relation Matters, Chris Ether, CEO's office, is here with a presentation for Committee on Government Relation Matters. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair. There's no regional council meeting this week. The Audit and Risk Committee meets this Thursday, September 21st at 11 a.m. The next regional council meeting scheduled for Thursday, September 28th. Next slide, please. Moving on to provincial updates. The Ontario government announced $25 million in funding towards the Peel Black Health and Social Services Hub, which is expected to open in 2024. The hub will be a full-service location in Brampton that aims to provide Black families access to health care and social services in one designated space. Next slide, please. This past Monday, the province announced an investment of an additional $42 million through the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit Program to support municipalities providing urgent assistance to asylum claimants. Of the $42 million, $26.4 million will be allocated to the City of Toronto. The remaining portion of this funding is intended for other impacted municipalities across the province. City staff are working with regional staff to understand the eligible supports for the region appeal. Next slide, please. On Monday, the province announced the formation of a New Deal working group to help the City of Toronto achieve long-term stability and sustainability of its finances. The group will start their work immediately with a goal of an agreement before the end of November. This is a significant announcement given the ongoing advocacy by the municipal sector for a review of the existing funding for municipalities and the need for more predictable and stable funding approach. Following this announcement, AMO announced that its board will consider a recommendation that the province revisit Ontario's municipal fiscal framework to ensure municipalities have the financial resources they need to deliver on their responsibilities. As Council is aware, and was mentioned earlier in discussion, FCM is currently looking at new models for municipal revenue tools and strategies to support municipalities' long-term fiscal sustainability. One final provincial update, and as discussed by Councillor Pelletier earlier, on September 15th, Minister Calandra requested that each head of council identify their top 5 priority recommendations coming from the government's Housing Affordability Task Force to help guide the government's future action. Heads of council and municipalities with housing targets were asked to review each of the Task Force 74 recommendations and provide responses regarding whether or not the government should proceed with implementing each action. Municipalities whose heads of council do not submit responses by October 16th will no longer be eligible to receive provincial funding under the recently announced Building Faster Fund. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, next one. The next one. Perfect. At the June 14th City Council meeting, Council asked staff to report back on upgrades that were proposed at the Goreway gas plant. This slide aims to update Council on our findings. Staff have confirmed with Capital Power that upgrades are being made to the turbines at the Goreway gas plant. The current turbines are being replaced with newer and more efficient ones. The upgrade of the turbines falls under the Ministry of Energy's Same Technology Upgrade Solicitation Directive that was issued in October of 2022. Under this solicitation process, municipal support confirmation is not a requirement, meaning energy companies can upgrade parts of their facilities as long as it is a swap or upgrade of existing parts. We've confirmed with Capital Power that their upgrade project involves the swapping of parts with an updated technology. Based on Capital Power's estimation, no adverse impacts are expected on the Goreway facility's current noise levels or expected greenhouse gas emissions intensity. Next slide, please. On September 14th, the federal government announced that legislation will be introduced to enhance the GST rental rebate on new purpose-built rental housing. This enhancement increases the GST rental rebate from 36% to 100% and removes the existing phase-out thresholds for purpose-built rental housing projects. The enhanced rebate will apply to projects that begin construction on or after September 14th, 2023, and on or before December 31st, 2030, with complete construction by December 31st, 2035. Similarly, the Provincial Minister of Finance and Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing indicated that Ontario's portion of the HST would be removed from purpose-built rental housing as soon as possible. Next slide, please. Moving on to FCM updates. The FCM Board of Directors met from September 12th to 14th to discuss national challenges that affect municipalities. The board passed a number of resolutions, including a call to the federal government to work with municipalities to develop a funding mechanism to address inflationary escalation as it relates to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund program. The board also passed a resolution directing FCM to urge the federal government, in collaboration with the provinces, territories, First Nations, private stakeholders, and municipalities, to immediately invest in the adaptation and resiliency of nationally significant transportation routes and single access corridors, ensuring that these critical links remain viable in the face of the changing climate. Next slide, please. FCM will be hosting the first consultation on the municipal growth framework in Ottawa on September 28th. The summit will allow attendees to hear from Canadian mayors and other experts in the fields of municipal finance and governance, to contribute their perspective through moderated roundtable discussions, and influence a conversation on new models for municipal revenue tools and strategies that grow as Canada grows. Councillor Santos will be attending the summit on behalf of FCM in Brampton. And that concludes today's presentation.
Thank you so much. Is there any councillors, any members have any questions? Thank you. Oh, Deputy Mayor Singh?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for their work on the Goreway gas plant. You had meetings with myself, Councillor Powers, and the mayor as well. And I know there was some maneuvering to find out, what was what, but I think we got a good outcome, and I think the residents will be happy, various stakeholders, and so yeah, thank you for doing that. I know it took some time, but that's because a lot of moving parts, but we plowed through and got our answers. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Singh to receive the presentation. All in favor, all opposed. Thank you. The motion carries. Our next item is a discussion brought on by Councillor Tour regarding a recent statement from the federal government. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this week, as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau rose in the Canadian Parliament and gave a chilling statement about the Indian government's role in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil, the Sikh community in Brampton, and Canadians at large worry about the safety and sovereignty of our country. The Prime Minister's statement does not surprise the Sikh community, rather brings validation to the decades of Canadian voices that have always spoken about the presence of foreign interference and intelligence reporting by the Government of India. In fact, earlier this June, Brampton City Council unanimously decided to write a letter to the Canadian Minister of Public Safety to investigate any potential foreign interference in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Brampton is home to one of the largest concentrations of a Sikh population outside of India, many of whom have sought political asylum and refuge in Canada as an aftermath of the Sikh genocide at the hands of the Indian government and contributed immensely to our city and country. This Sikh community is a small but mighty minority in Canada. However, proportionate to the national population, more Sikhs live in Canada today than in India. Hardeep Singh Nijjar was the president of the largest Gurdwara in Canada. He was murdered at the same Gurdwara, a place of worship. His murder was a direct attack on Sikhs and an attack on Canada's values of providing a safe and welcome space to those minority communities who have endured unjust persecution around the world. This is a time for Canadians to stick together and protect our integrity. It is a time for Canadians to pay close attention to and be aware of foreign interference in our country and our politics. It is also equally important to distinguish between credible Canadian journalism and the spread of disinformation from foreign agencies. During this difficult time, I urge elected officials at all levels of government to lend a listening ear to the Canadian Sikh community and pay heed to their concerns for public safety. To those watching Sikh Canadians, speak up about this matter right now. Note that we're unafraid to speak the truth. Every effort to undermine and suppress our voices only furthers our resolve to seek justice. We're not afraid and we live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. Mayor Brown?
Thank you, Councillor Tour, for your eloquent words and for adding this to the agenda today. I think when we heard the news from the House of Commons, it was shocking, unprecedented, and certainly when we heard this concern in this chamber after the killing, there was a sense of worry in the community. Is why we wrote that letter to the public safety minister. And I look forward to the wording that is put forward by Councillor Tour for a motion. But, you know, part of my concern right now is there is worry in the community. You know, I had members of a local Gurdwara reach out to me and say they were worried that they were on some list that could be targeted. And whether it's the Peel Police, the RCMP, whether it's CSIS, I hope every precaution is being taken to make sure Canadians are safe. The notion that someone could be gunned down at their place of worship is harrowing, unthinkable, unfathomable that could happen in Canada. And so we heard those pleas from the Sikh community about their safety. This is really a validation of the concern that was raised here. And, you know, being from the city of Brampton that has one of the largest Sikh communities in our country, frankly, in North America, I think it's our responsibility to echo their concerns about their safety. And so I hope in the motion we could not only hope that the individuals behind this heinous killing are brought to justice, but we request every precaution be taken to make sure that the community here in Canada feels safe. And thank you for adding this to the agenda, Councillor Tour.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. So I just want to add, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian, was murdered on Canadian soil by a foreign state. This type of interference is a threat to Canadian democracy, and Canadians deserve more answers from our authorities. Canadians should have the freedom of speech to fight for human rights issues, whether it's a Canadian or an issue abroad. And Canadians of faith should feel safe in a place of worship. And we will continue to fight for human right issues, regardless what faith you're from. So, thank you. And there's a motion on the floor.
Just as a friendly, Councillor Tour, can we add in that additional language and that we request the Peel Police, the RCMP, the Public Safety Minister, and CSIS to ensure that all precautions are taken to ensure the safety of Canadians at places of worship?
Yeah. We just can add that, yeah.
RCMP, Minister of Public Safety. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
We can write all law enforcement agencies.
Yeah. And I'm happy to second unless all of council wants a second as well.
Second. Yeah.
All of council.
All council.
Thank you. We have the motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Tour, seconded by all of council and Mayor Brown. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you, the motion carries.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could we
Yes.
just have that as a recorded vote?
Yes, recorded vote.
Recorded vote's been requested. All in favor of the motion is shown on the screen. Please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Santos, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Keenan, Chair Brar, Mayor Brown, Councillor Power, Councillor Tour, Deputy Mayor Singh. Councillor Fortini, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente, how do you vote?
In favor.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you. For the corporate services section, our next item is
Through you, Chair Brar, it is 8.2.2, the staff report on active consulting service contracts held by Councillor Paleshi. Oh, I'm sorry, 8.2.1 was held by Councillor Santos, but we adopted that as part of the delegation because it was held for delegations.
by Sylvia Roberts.
I'd like to speak to it, Mr. Clerk.
Can we reopen?
We can, committee can reopen the agenda with a 2/3 vote for 8.2.1.
So to open 8.2.1, 2/3 vote. In favor? Okay. So we'll start on our next item, 8.2.1, a staff report regarding purchasing activity quarterly report, second quarter 2023. Councillor Santos, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So in going through this report, there were just one thing that just stood out, and I'm wondering if staff can clarify. It's on page 15 of the report, and it's in the public works section, some significant projects regarding roadworks in the amount of 30 million and 56 million in particular. And the explanation for the quarter extension has to do, it talks about contingency fees that were not originally included in the procurement process or in the purchase or the PO, but now we're adding the extra 10%. So I'm just wondering if that's standard protocol or if we should be actually including that 10% already. That's my clarification there. I just need clarification on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, I'm going to try to answer this. First question, and the answer was yes, it's standard protocol. Almost all contracts will have a contingency amount, and it's usually standard around 10%. My understanding with these two contracts that when the original award went out, that there wasn't sufficient funds in the budget to add that contingency. So once the budget got approved, it got added on as a contingency of 10%. That doesn't go to the contractor. That's just for staff to administer.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that explanation cleared out, just because there are significant, there are millions of dollars. So that's the reason why it stood out for me, and I just wanted to confirm the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, CAO, for bringing this report. Just a quick question. With respect to limited tendering, how much, what is the value, the total value of limited tendering that we have in this report? Can staff give us a number? Like just the items that are done under limited tendering.
Through the chair to Councillor Vicente, I don't have that number in front of me, but I would say that's probably upwards to about 25 or slightly higher than that, a percentage.
Okay. Just
if I can-
wanted to, yeah, go ahead.
If I can also add one other comment to that, my understanding as well is last year, we had our auditor do a review and an audit on limited tendering and contract extensions. There were some recommendations that came from that audit, and staff are currently implementing those recommendations. In fact, I believe at the last CLT meeting, we saw a preview from our procurement department of some of the recommendations going into place through the audit committee.
Okay. I'd like to ask, just so that we can assure residents within the city of Brampton that we're following all of the objectives of the purchasing bylaw, wants to ask council and move that we have the auditor look at the limited tendering purchasing activities in this report. Just give it a quick look and report back to council to let us know how we are doing in terms of procurement and in following the purchasing bylaw, and make it specific to the items that are limited tender in this report. If I could ask for council's support on that, please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yeah, I'm glad that Councillor Santos held this item. This has been an ongoing discussion we've had about limited tendering or contract extensions, and we talked about this last term. You know, the members here last term remember, you know, we had a long discussion about an insurance contract that was renewed without competition, and how we had other people in the industry reach out to complain. Just this week, we heard Councillor Keenan, someone called his office about that fire truck, and you know, frankly, and not to revisit that, but if someone's not qualified, I'd prefer that to happen in the process rather than simply having a sole source for whatever capital or infrastructure acquisition we're making. The best recipe for taxpayers is competition. Competition is the best. I think at every opportunity we should be looking at how we can make sure that everything is competitively bid on. And so limited tenders or renewals, you know, I have a real apprehension towards. You know, I remember there was a discussion last term at council, and it was Councillor Fertini who talked about the Vic Park and how the group that built Sick Kids was not eligible to bid on Vic Park. If I got that correct, and for me at the time that was perplexing. You can build a multi-billion-dollar project, but you can't build something small. And so, you know, listen, I know this process is separate from council, and we want to make sure that it's as competitive and arm's length as possible. But I hope there's some way to ensure there is as much competition as possible. I'm not sure how to give that guidance, and maybe if an audit looks at that, how we can ensure more competition. If someone is not equipped to build something, that's one thing. If someone clearly, you know, has never built a car and wants to build a fire truck, then I don't want them building our fire truck. But I hope that we can ensure every instance we encourage competition. In the end, when there's a vigorous competition and people sharpen their pencils, the winner in all of that is residents. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councillor Vicente to...
Just bear with us, we just we lost the screen. Okay. So through you, Chair Brar, essentially the motion moved by Councillor Vicente is requesting the Director of Internal Audit to review the limited tendering activities in accordance with the purchasing bylaw as set out in this report, and report back to council through the audit committee.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next item is 8.2.2, a staff report regarding active consulting service contracts Q2 2023. Councillor Palashi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a few questions going through the report. To start off with, number 8, where it's corporate support services, digital innovation and IT, the consulting services for Bentley Open Roads Designer Configuration and Mitigation. Reasoning is the migration of Capital Works process from unsupported technology in roads to the new version, Open Roads, for $624,000. Can I get a little bit more of an explanation as to on that one?
Through the chair, Acting CIO Douglas Ellsworth will give you the context of that one.
Through the chair, so this is an upgrade of existing product, which requires a lot of reconfiguration to update it and make sure that it's configured for city use.
So for $624,000, it's an upgrade from old technology to new technology?
Yes.
Was that old technology so old that it costs a little bit more money? It just seems like in that price range. Essentially, what are we getting back in return of this money? And you know, a long time ago we talked about modernizing our entire IT system, and where I thought it would mean that going forward we would have a lot more technology that was you know, interchangeable using right across the organization.
So through the chair, I mean, this is a very
unique,
specialist area, but I'm happy to provide you a more detailed report on explicitly what this software is for and why we're upgrading it.
Okay, I would like to understand better what that software actually does.
Yep.
Okay. Go on to number 18, Bovaird House, the audit. We're auditing the Bovaird House, which was council's direction. I guess I had hoped that we would do that internally and wouldn't hire somebody like KPMG to audit the Bovaird House for $81,000. The Bovaird House, I don't even know how much, do they even have financials? Like, we've already spent $40,000 into it. It says the project's on track. Why did we use KPMG? Why didn't we use our own internal?
Through the chair to Councillor Palashi, I'm not sure if I have Clara on the line, but my understanding is that during this time we didn't have enough resources in staff to accomplish this. The project is on track, and I believe at the next audit committee there's a report coming forward.
Meaning that we may not be paying the total contract, or?
It's a possibility. It might be a little bit less, but.
Fingers crossed?
Fingers crossed.
Number 40. The professional transportation planning services for Heritage Heights for the 257. I'd like that item to be, it's to be determined, but I'd like it actually specifically to be held for council approval. Okay, if you can just put an asterisk next to that, saying that to engage with that, you need council approval. Number 50, was the integrated downtown plan, downtown streetscape manual for $350,000. What's a streetscape manual?
If Councillor Palacio could repeat the
The
last piece there.
350,000 for the contract for a streetscape manual for downtown. What's a streetscape manual?
I'm not quite sure what the details are, but certainly if there's a concern from council on that item, we can bring back further detail.
Okay, can you bring something back? Please. 63. The branding and marketing launch events for the Huron-Ontario Light Rail Transit line. For the branding and marketing for the Mississauga LRT, can I get like an update? Are we getting something back on that? How are the funds being?
Okay, through the chair, Metrolinx is reimbursing us for that
The entire amount?
entire amount. Is that correct?
That's correct? Or was it a percentage? I know, Alex, this
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
back
Alex.
to your. no.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'll turn it over to Alex.
And through the chair, just to support my colleague, Heidi Dempster, some time ago, there was an agreement between Mississauga and Brampton for continuing the marketing portion of the LRT. And the province is committed to fully making us whole of any expenditures that we have within each jurisdiction. So our portion of the LRT would be reimbursed at whatever we're expending on that.
The entire amount?
The entire amount on the marketing part for Brampton, yes. And then Mississauga would claim theirs separately.
Okay, and what about branding?
Branding is part of that as well.
Branding's part of the marketing?
Branding is part of the marketing, so any branding expenditures.
I'm trying to fill holes here, Alex. Is there something that's not part of this?
Through the chair, absolutely not. So the branding portion and the marketing portions, is the province took it over for the naming
Yes.
rights.
Yes.
The province has given us reassurances that they'll make us whole for continuing the vendors that we're using to expedite the process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then right below that, 64, consulting service for 5-year business plan for Brampton Transit. I'm sorry, I don't recall this for the 233,000. What are we trying to? There's a number of things here with the business plan and integrating with the master plan, and a fair strategy. But I don't understand why we would need a consultant to try and bring that all together. I don't understand.
Yeah, through the chair, that exercise was taken, I guess, about a year or year and a half ago. And what that was to do is, as we're coming out of the pandemic, to ensure that our service that we're looking at putting are validated, and the in-house expertise wouldn't be able to do that. They do a cross-jurisdictional scan across the country, and as well as other jurisdictions facing similar demands. So they map out, much like we did in the previous 5-year business plan, kind of the roadmap for transit and what they have to look at that incorporates the city's master plan, and of course the region's official plan or the province's plans as well. So it just ties in everything together and gives us a roadmap on how we should be moving forward with service hours and services for those 5 years.
But that's not everything that tells us what our service hours and everything should be. Our ridership and the residents of Brampton dictate that, right? For the most part.
Through the chair, what it does do, it gives a prediction of what we should be expecting based on anticipated population growth, based on a number of inputs from the community. And what that does do is validate where we should be going. But as we go year by year, we understand what the realities of the ridership increases are, and we have to adjust accordingly.
So have we ever done anything like this before? Because, yeah, and did it tell us what our ridership was going to be? The fastest growing in Canada?
And through the chair, it did.
It did
Until
it,
hit the
yeah.
pandemic. And the
Yeah.
previous 5-year plan, which expired, I believe, in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, it could be 1 year off. That was a 5-year plan that we had consultants do as well. And it was very much in line with what we were experiencing. Then the pandemic hit, which threw us off a bit, as it can be expected.
Sure. Okay, good to know. Those were the questions that I had for the consulting report. So I guess we'll go back to Oh, you got that, Peter? Item 40 listed with Appendix 1 on report to council for approval, yes. Report be brought back to council for item 50. 8 was the IT. Eight was IT. Sorry, 40 was being held. 50 was coming back as well. Item 50, 58, and then 63 and 64 are good.
Through you, Chair Berard, just to clarify, so 8 is the other item?
Yes.
That was an IT item, Bentley?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. The motion moved by Councillor Fleschy. Number 1, to receive the staff report. Number 2, that the item 40 listed in Appendix 1 of the report be held for Council's approval. Number 3, that the report be brought back to Council for items 50 listed in Appendix 1 of the report. Number 4, that a report be brought back to Council for item 8 listed in Appendix 1 of the report. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next item is 8.3.2, a discussion item at the request of Councillor Tour regarding unsolicited proposals received by the city to acquire or lease city property. Councillor Tour?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just comes from discussion from previous council meeting. And Mr. Clerk, you have a motion that you proposed. That if we could please have that up on the screen, and if anybody would like to have a discussion on this, but I believe that Peter Fay has a motion.
Sorry, through you, Chair Berard, I apologize. I don't recall a motion being received on this. From yourself or from?
From you to me. You had proposed language.
I proposed the discussion item coming out of a recent discussion before council, but I didn't have a motion.
Okay. So what?
We'll stand it down.
Yeah, or just say.
Okay, I could verbally say it then. The purpose of this is that anytime that we get an unsolicited proposal, whether it's to lease city property or acquire city property, currently I don't think we have a process in place where all of council gets notified about that. And that's what I'd like to see, so that council knows about an inquiry when it comes in like that. Because currently, the way it falls the process, goes through BLT and all of that, council still makes the decision at the end of it. But I'd like to know when somebody approaches the city to discuss about this.
Councillor Pelletier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a great idea. How about we go one step further to say that if anybody wants to do that, they have to come and delegate? Bring them up forward so that it's not just council, it's everybody that knows. You want to lease property from the city, if it's unsolicited, you want to lease property or buy property from the city, come and delegate. Okay? That's the procedure by law from now on.
So through you, Chair Berard, then I believe it probably then all we can do is amend proposed recommendation 1, that any unsolicited proposals to acquire or lease city property be presented to City Council or the appropriate committee for review prior to being considered.
Mayor Brown, Deputy Mayor?
There's certain situations where it's an adjacent, like a little strip or something where only that property owner, if the staff, if you could talk about those situations where it's only, they have the first right, I guess, if it's a strip right beside them, because nobody else can actually build on it or use it or nothing. Those situations, I don't think it's fair. Yeah, yeah, the regular process, but like to make them come delegate for a little strip, I don't think. Could staff elaborate on those situations?
Through the chair to Councillor Deputy Mayor Singh, I think I understand what you're saying. For instance, we have situations where we have a railway track that's going through somebody's property and it's within their property and the city owns it, they want to buy it. Or a strip next to their property where it's being maintained by us and they want to take it over.
Yeah.
Those types of situations.
Just something, how many of those proposals do we get? Is it just a few, or do we get one every week, or?
There are not that many yet.
Okay, then we
Maybe-
could keep this process too. I'm okay, as long as it's not too many. Or if you want to take it out, go ahead. I'll leave it in your court. I'm good with either way.
Thank you. Councillor Keenan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification, for delegation, if somebody wanted to open a restaurant in a vacant restaurant space, would we still require them to come and delegate to us that they want to put a restaurant in there?
If it's our land?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think when we're talking about the planning process, though, there's a lot of times where, you know, staff are working with the applicant and we're moving kind of lines back and forth. We need land, they need like moving stuff around. We don't want that to have to come here. So if it's part of the planning process, then you're excluded from the delegation coming forward. Okay?
Perfect. Mayor Brown?
Just to throw it out there, would it make
Happens all
sense
the
to
time.
have the delegation to planning committee?
No. No.
I'm sure you'd welcome more
No,
workload on planning.
no, I wouldn't welcome it at all. Because it happens all the time. When developers are developing a big site, then there may be land that they need, and they give us acres because we need to expand a road, and they take the strip. So then we don't want them coming forward, right? It's all part of the planning process now. So if you like, I know, Mayor Brown, I know you don't come to the planning meetings, but you read every single item. You wouldn't see that, right, in all the items that are before us at the planning committee meeting.
So, the other question I have is for items that are already before us. I know the Mubarak Masjid in your ward has a request of us. How do we proceed with that?
They don't have a request of us.
Yeah, they've,
It's not a request of us. It was council's direction to sell a piece of the property that's next to them. They didn't come in and request it.
came in and requested it.
Well, they may have come in and requested it from you.
So, examples like that are in the process. Do they have to restart that process? I know there was one in Councillor Santos's ward about an area that wasn't being maintained. So the ones that there's two that I can think of, the Mubarak one and the one in Councillor Santos. What do we do with those two?
Start it now.
Yeah. So that we request them to come and delegate?
No. Just start this process now. If it's in the pipeline now, leave it the way it is.
Okay, I think that clarity will help the staff how to deal with them.
So then do you want them to come and delegate?
Not necessarily, but I just think we need to be clear with staff what to do with those.
That's what you want.
But the example that Councillor Singh gives about being the adjacent property owner, in the case of the Mubarak Masjid, they are the adjacent property owners. I think there are times when it makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you. So we do have a motion on the screen. Are there any other members of council?
I have a question.
Yes. See, Marlon?
Through the chair to Councilor Paleshi, there's one other incident where we have intergovernmental exchanges between for instance, us in a region or us in a province, where like lands are exchanged or passed on between agencies.
Deputy Mayor Singh?
I'm not still clear, like the railroad example, the adjacent property, are they coming to council or are they okay? Because they would be probably only people who would be able to get that. It's always a little strip, so I'll leave it up to you because as a mover of the, well, it's moved by Councilor Tour, but you amended it, so I'll leave it up to you to clarify that.
Councillor Pleshy?
So I'm not sure about any railroad. If anybody wants any part of the railroad that we own, they need to come to council to delegate. If it's part of a development application, I think it goes through the planning process, right? And then to go back to government, I just think all other levels of government should give us their land in Brampton. And I think that we're actually working on that. The feds came to us and said, if we own any land, let us know, right? I think that we're asking the province, if you own any land, give it to us, because we can manage it better than they can.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, thank you through you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to follow. I do appreciate Councillor Tor's motion, and you know, certainly I support it. I do understand the spirit of Councillor Peleshi's I guess amendment in terms of delegations. The only thing I'm not sure if anyone can weigh in on this, and maybe our economic development staff could, because there's a lot of times where you get, you know, big companies who, you know, are looking investing in Brampton and want to look at some land and so on. And I think sometimes they don't want to sort of raise flags to, I guess, either their competitors or to even the market, because if they come in saying that they're looking for, you know, then speculation starts. So I don't know how we handle all that. Like, I'm fine with, you know, the spirit of the delegation, open, transparent, everyone should know. But there should be, I guess, some, you know, circumstances in which, you know, if we get a major player, Rogers Telecommunications or so on, you know, I'm not sure how we handle that. And that's the only sort of concern I have. And then after, when you sort of say it's part of the planning process, well, you know, there's a lot of things that are going to be stretched after that. You know, is it, you know, someone, is that part of the planning process or is that not? And then it becomes into that. So just a little bit more, I think, for us to avoid some of this confusion further, there should be some clarity, maybe have staff come back at another time with, you know, what that could entail. Councillor Torres' motion, I'm happy to support. Again, Councillor Peleshi's motion, I understand the spirit, but I think there's some sort of considerations there that, you know, I think have to be really thought about, but I'm not sure. And then I don't know the legalities as well. If our legal staff have anything to say, because certainly some of these big companies, when they come into town, they're not looking to sort of, you know, be open, and they don't want to sort of share some of these details. And I just don't want us to lose opportunities if some of these companies don't feel comfortable having to delegate in public. So if you know, I just throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tour?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Medeiros. I hear your point about economic development, and when we do attract businesses from across Canada and the world and ask them to come and set up a home in Brampton. And if it involves city property, whether it's acquiring or leasing city property, you know, in the interest of how to go about that business in a confidential way, I think that there's a possibility for them to then come and delegate in a closed session if it's subject to that, depending on the nature of the proposal. If there's a way we can, if either we need to say that explicitly in this, or if that is understood.
Through you, Chair Brar, I believe it's probably understood. It may depend on the specific nature and circumstance of any unsolicited proposal, whether or not that's deemed appropriate for public consumption in the interest of transparency or closed session consideration.
Thank you. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Tour. All in favor? All opposed? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next item is 8.3.3, which is the discussion item, letter from the Honorable Paul Calendra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, held by Councillor Palashi. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think everybody received the letter from Paul Calendra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, dated September 15th, responding to the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendation. Within that recommendation, there's 74 items that I think, for the most part, council can get behind. But I know staff is doing a tremendous amount of work right now, trying to pick them apart and get them to a level that we fully understand and what the impact are to the residents. So we're calling for a workshop to be held on September 25th prior to planning. That being said, so everything that's happening currently right now, we need to be able to get back to the minister before October 16th, and tonight is going to be kind of that only council meeting for us to be able to set the direction. So what I'd like to do is, and I have a motion prepared, that the Commissioner of Planning and Building and Growth Management have delegated authority to respond to the Honorable Minister Calendra's letter with the City of Brampton's position on the outlined 74 recommendations before the deadline provided of October 16th, 2023. I think I'd like to amend that a little bit just by saying, based off of what comes out of the workshop and the planning meeting of the 25th. Because we can't set direction at the workshop, but what we could do is take the workshop's kind of discussion items, add it to planning that night, and then set that direction. Or have that discussion with our Commissioner of Planning, with his delegated authority. Sound good?
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next item is 8.3.5. This is regarding 8.3.4, Councillor Power.
Thank you, through the chair. It has come to my attention from a number of residents that senior citizens that live in our communities that are looking for the snow removal rebate but don't own their property don't qualify for the rebate. So I'd like to see that changed if we could, or amend that policy so that way our seniors do qualify. So there is a motion there. I was actually surprised that 16.5% of our private households are maintained by senior citizens.
Thank you.
It's on the screen there, so do you want me to read the last paragraph? Yeah. Let it be resolved that the city staff in the RMOF review the current eligibility criteria for the snow removal financial assistance program to allow senior citizens and people with disabilities that are the primary renter at a single-family residence within the city of Brampton the ability to apply for and be considered for eligibility in the program, and that the financial impacts will be reviewed and included in the report back to council.
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, so one of my residents as well, I know some residents have contacted you, Councillor Power, and thank you for bringing this topic in motion forward. One of my residents shared with me that they currently hold a lease and they are a renter of a unit. But the existing program at the City of Brampton, you can only qualify if you're a senior citizen and you own the property. Now, the lease in the lease document for this particular senior citizen, it actually explicitly says that the tenant is responsible for snow clearing. And even though the tenant's responsible for snow cleaning and they are a senior citizen with a disability, because of the wording of our rebate program, it excludes this resident from accessing the rebate because they're not the homeowner. And so the intention of this, I guess, just for clarification, is just we need to make sure that the senior citizen or the person with disabilities can prove that they are in fact responsible for snow removal on the property that they are leasing. And I just want to make sure that it's clear in here. And then they would be able to qualify.
Thank you. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to staff. How much money do we have in the budget for the senior program last winter? Mr. Gasper? I know we upped it last budget.
So through the chair to Councilor Palashi, I don't know the exact amount, so I'll get that for you right now, but I think it was up to over $800,000.
Okay, and was it all used?
No, it wasn't all used.
How much was left over?
I'll find that out as well, because we may be able to absorb this addition.
That's kind of where I'm getting at, because if we can't, then I'll be referring this to budget.
Right, so we're going to bring both back to council to the wording for the addition to the program, as well as what the cost may be on that.
Are you bringing it back tonight?
No, we'll bring it back a report ASAP though.
So it's going to be, but this is setting the direction.
Yeah, we will bring.
It's asking for a report, but it's also setting direction.
So through you.
We have time.
Through you, Chair Berard, this is asking staff to review and report back. So I would interpret it as written, is not setting direction at this point.
believe
The
it's-
staff that may have drafted it, just to confirm.
It was my staff. Yeah. So we would review and then come back with a report as to adding the addition to the program, as well as what the cost may be and whether they can be absorbed or not.
So this allows them to apply for it and be considered for eligibility in the program, and the financial impacts will be reviewed and included in a report back to council. So this allows them to apply already. But we have time, right? It's not gonna snow until probably December. I know, so we can, just, yeah.
So we can have a report back before.
Next council meeting, not tonight. Next council meeting. In October. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Power. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next item is 8.3.6, tree lighting. Mayor Brown.
Can I speak to this? Last year's event was great. Megan let me know the fact that we didn't pass the motion this year to have the expanded services like we did last year. If you recall, we had kids' rides and everything at the tree lighting, so it wasn't just turning the switch on. We had that great event with Miracle on Main Street, the Tigerjeet Singh Foundation, and obviously would love to replicate this again this year. It was a fantastic success, and I had the chance this year. The PRP and Tigerjeet Singh Foundation have merged their toy drives, and I had a chance to go with Tigerjeet Singh to the Brampton Hospital and to the Boys and Girls Club to deliver the toys that were collected, and it was beautiful to see. And Councillor Power has requested to second this motion. It happens in the ward of, I believe, Councillor Keenan. So maybe if you want to second that as well.
Thank you. We have a motion moved by Mayor Brown.
Sorry?
We have a motion. We have a motion moved by Mayor Brown, seconded by Councillor Keenan and Power. All in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Our next item is 8.5, council question period for this section of the agenda. Do any members have any questions regarding the corporate services section? Seeing none, we will move on. Now we can deal with item 8.6, public question period. This is normally where we invite members of public to come forward to the podium and ask any questions about any recommendations made by the committee during this section of the agenda. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions online?
Through you, Chair Brar, we do not.
I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Keenan to chair the Public Works and the Engineering section of the committee of the agenda.
All right, we're now in the Public Works and Engineering section. There's no staff presentations, reports. Other new business, 9.3.1 was on consent, 9.3.2 was on consent, which brings us to 9.3.3, which is a discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Medeiros regarding street sweeping. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I guess to staff, anecdotally, I've been approached by, and more recently, being at a Portuguese church event, and must have been at least 6 or 7 people. And continuously over the summer, I keep getting people approaching me, asking about street sweeping, and anecdotally, I hear that, or they feel that there's less. And I know I've had, talks with staff over the couple months back and forth, and understand, where we are today, and kind of my, when I think about when we first started, or when I first got elected, and back in 2015, we had 4 street sweepers. Then we got rid of 2, and it used to be that during the spring we would have a spring cleanup, and then after we'd have guys all summer long sweeping, and I know now we rely on contractors. So can staff maybe, just in terms of service level, have we been consistent over the last couple of years in terms of street sweeping? Is there, that's question A. Question B would be around, in terms of the cost, is cost impacting providing more service? And anecdotally, do staff, do they have any impressions what's happening with street sweeping? Because again, it seems to be one of the major topics I hear, and I know groups talk about, how our, there's a sense of that our streets aren't as clean as they were before. So whoever can answer.
So through the chair to Councillor Medeiros, we did go for tender again this year, and we have a new company that's come in. The actual service level has not changed. There's local roads is 2 times a year. Secondary and arterial roads are 3 times a year, with industrial units also on 3 times a year. We've just started the second sweeping for local roads, which started last week. So that's usually about a 4 to 6 week process. So you'll see that coming through the local roads over the next month, which would finish the second phase of the local road street sweeping.
And thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the answer. So we've been consistent then. There hasn't been any drop on street sweeping from what I understand. And based on that assumption, do you think there's opportunity for improvement? And is that something that we're going to be discussing, I guess, with their new service provider?
Through the chair to Councillor Medeiros, yes, we did actually change the spec on this year's to be more inclusive of going back out and ensuring that the roads are done properly. There was an increase in the street sweeping contract. However, it's within budget numbers. So, and we have increased our inspection detail on the new company that is starting this September.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions? Should we deal with the correspondence right now for this as well? Okay, so related
Mr. Chair,
correspondent.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm on the board.
Who's that?
Councillor Fortini.
Okay, yeah, okay, go ahead, Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you. To Rob, the commissioner. So I've seen sweepers coming on the main roads in the daytime. Usually in the past, the main roads are done at night. Secondary roads are done in the daytime for traffic. But, I drove around and we talked about this about a month ago. I haven't seen a sweeper in the area in a long time. And usually, when a sweeper comes by, it leaves marks on the ground for 2 or 3 days. So I'm giving you my example, my road or Goldcrest or anywhere in the G section. I have never seen a sweeper this year. So, we talked about that. So, and the first time I did see a sweeper was 3 days ago, 4 days ago, last week on the main road, on Bramaley Road, which I was shocked because usually the main roads are done at night for traffic and the secondary streets are done in the daytime, for that. So I don't know do we have a tracking device to see where they are, how many sweepers we have out there, and what did we do with our sweepers? We used to have 4 sweepers. What happened to them?
So through the chair to Councillor Fortini, if you remember, I think it was about 6 years ago with Commissioner Patushka, that the price to keep repairing and then to replace the sweepers, they did a cost comparison and it was cheaper to go to contract for street sweeping. We are looking at that again and reviewing it to see if there is maybe a way to bring it back if it was to be cheaper. But at this point, the contract was brought forward, I guess, back in 2015. We do have a tracker, so we can get that information for you and forward the streets in your area as to when they were done and how often. So, and the second one is happening right now.
Okay, because I was at Professor's Lake. You go around that area there, it's just the catch basins are just full. We, with all this construction going on with Rogers and all the lights, it's a mess everywhere in the area. The other thing is, do we have a problem with staff or our employees that don't want to drive a sweeper? Because I'm hearing that, I know it's noisy, it's dusty. A lot of the employees don't want to drive. Is that why we're giving it out to contracts?
Through the chair to Councillor Fortini, no, it was decided that it was less expensive to go to contract than having to purchase new sweepers. No, we've talked about it with staff a lot this summer, and it is part of their job description if we were to bring them back, and it was more cost effective.
Okay, yeah, because like Councilman, I remember in the past we used to work on a 12-hour shifts, nights do main roads and then the daytime do secondary roads, and Friday just maintenance, do the maintenance on the machine. Okay, I'll wait for it. And I haven't seen a sweeper around it in a long time, and I just seen it on Bramaley Road on last Thursday around 2 o'clock. So anyway, I'll keep an eye on them. Thank you so much. Have a good.
Okay, thank you. So we have the correspondence from Anthony Malo, Brampton resident, dated September 17th, 2023, to the Committee of Council meeting on September 20th regarding item 93.3, street sweeping. That'd be moved by Councilor Medeiros. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. So that brings us to 9.3.4, which was an added discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Paleshi regarding the development at Countryside and Heritage Road. Councillor Paleshi.
Am I okay to go?
Yeah.
934 is not my item.
What was it?
Through you, I think there just may have been some confusion as there was a number of items added to the agenda. 9.3.4 is Councillor Paleshi's item. I think on the online agenda, it just may have been reversed with 9.3.5, and we'll correct that.
Yeah. So it was just,
So
I'll go?
is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be really brief. The development on Countryside Drive and Heart Lake. So elected in 2014, I know I said I'd be brief, but elected in 2014, an application came forward called Burnt Log. Council said no. They went and appealed. They won the appeal. They came back, and
we wanted them to have an access onto Countryside. The only access right now this development has is onto Heart Lake. Everybody knows about Heart Lake Road and the Turtles. So we want to limit the amount of access they have on Heart Lake. MTO needs from us a council resolution saying that we do not want a cloverleaf at Countryside. We do not want this land because they own the strip of land in between our Countryside and Burnt Logs application. So that's what we need. We need a motion to say we're not looking for a cloverleaf on Countryside in the 410. We want them to have this access, essentially. We have that written, right? Perfect. Future 410. 410. Should we say off-ramp and on-ramp, or cloverleaf is the proper terminology that they use? Nobody uses cloverleaf? MTO uses cloverleaf. Don't they? Just me?
You good with that?
Cloverleaf is the on-ramps and off-ramps.
Can-
Looks like a
Councillor-
cloverleaf.
Councillor Fletcher, you good with?
Good.
Okay, so we have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier, the Commissioner of Planning, Building and Growth Management.
So, could you just clarify, so we're saying we don't want a clover leaf? Or we want an access to 410 or?
No, we want the Burnt Log application, we want the development to have access to Countryside. So that we remove the access from, not remove, but then the majority of the people use Countryside instead of Heart Lake. Because of turtles. Are you against turtles?
Okay, so.
Right now, that.
A map would help. Yeah, I don't understand. Like we don't, because it'll impact what goes on Countryside.
Picture in your head.
And then the traffic moving eastwards into Ward 9 and 10.
Heart Lake, 410, Countryside.
No, but what are you saying? We're not understanding you.
So right now, the building
Wait,
is there
let-
in the corner.
So, okay, so the application that's in between Heart Lake Road and the 410, south of Countryside Drive, their only access right now is on to Heart Lake Road. And they've always wanted the access onto Countryside Drive in our area. MTO owns the strip in between Countryside and their development. We want them to be able to sell that strip or allow Burnt Log to have their access onto Countryside Drive.
Deputy Mayor, you?
Okay, so. Why do we want access off of 410 for Countryside though? Because that's a major issue for our residents too.
You do want access?
Yeah. I want to talk about it at least.
You have, but there's already the off-ramp south of Countryside, and you got the on-ramps
Yeah, but the
with Sandalwood and
traffic there
Mayfield.
is crazy.
Hey?
Traffic there is crazy. I need more information about all that. It affects my area significantly.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Absolutely not.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, I need more information. This is a big thing. Means the off-ramp is gone.
You're never gonna have an access off of 410 onto Countryside.
Well, let's get that
Never.
from staff. I don't know that you're telling me that. I haven't heard that from MTO. I haven't heard that from our staff. I haven't heard that from anyone. So I
Okay, so
think
can we ask, do you mind if we
for
ask staff? if
fairness,
that's
I think
gonna
we
be an
deserve
option?
that much, so we could go back to our residents to say.
Go back to your residents of what? The residents have never even seen access that's proposed off of the 410 onto Countryside.
But they've asked
Because
for
it's
it.
not in MTO's plan.
Okay, but
Can I?
that's you saying it. I need a report saying
Okay,
it.
can I?
Do you not know that MTO has never planned an access
No, I
onto
don't
or
because
off?
I've never.
But if your
seen the
residents have
picture
asked
until
you,
now.
you've never looked into
I
it?
have looked into it.
Okay.
I've looked into the stop there, the three-way stop as well, and then you said that was gonna come. The turnaround.
Roundabout is
Yeah,
coming.
so I have, but like, it's done forever after this. So, Like, I can't just vote on that right now instantaneously. Like, I need some documents in front of me. If you're saying it's not gonna be done, city says it's not gonna be done, MTO says it's not gonna be done, then I'm okay with it. Then I could be like, yeah, it's not gonna be done.
I'm not in a rush. MTO
Yeah.
has asked me to get this for them, that's all.
Okay, but like, I gotta know. That's
So do you
that's
want
a
to
big
refer
just
this
decision.
back to
surprised that
staff
you're
for the
No, I
report,
don't,
councillors? Deputy Mayor? Do you
Yeah, I
want to
would
refer
just
this
ask for a
motion
report.
back
You
to
can bring
staff?
it back in 2 weeks. Like, I just need to know MTO. If they say it's never gonna be done, then good, go ahead. Okay?
Are we all good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so the direction is to
Just report back on this motion. That's it.
report, staff to report back in 2 weeks on the motion that's on the screen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be reporting back at the next committee of council meeting on the proposed motion from Councillor Paleshi.
And the report back to include if MTO plans to allow access. Deputy Mayor.
Minister is an MPP in Brampton too. He'll never use it.
Are we good? Okay, so that'd be moved by Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Singh, Councillor Paleshi. All in favor? Okay, motion carries. I believe that would take us to correspondences we dealt with, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have 9.3.5 from Councillor Tour regarding a road closure for special events.
Oh, I don't have that. 9.3.5?
Yes.
Councillor Tour.
Thank you. I'll just quickly speak to that. It is this procedure that if you need to close a road for a special event and it's a certain threshold, if it exceeds that threshold, it just has to come to council approval. You see the details in front of you for the road closures, and this is because citywide, a lot of people during this time are celebrating Navratri and doing a lot of Garba events across the city. And these two requests just came in, and seeing that the dates are this week, I just want to make sure that council can please support this.
Okay. So we have a motion on the screen by Councillor Tour. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay. And that should take us to correspondence. What you dealt with? That was already received, right? Okay. 9.5, councillor question period. Any councillors have any questions? Brings 9.6, public question period. Is there any questions online or in here? No? Seeing none? Okay, so then that is it for me. And I will pass it along to Councillor Santos.
Time in the hot seat.
Here you go.
All right, we are now in the community services section of the agenda, and the 10.2.1, 10.2.2 was already dealt with during the delegation portion, which brings us to 10.2.3 held by Councillor Majeros regarding the Brampton Arts Organization transition update. Councillor Majeros, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. To staff, going over the report, thank you for the report. I just had a question just regarding the staff structure that is being transferred over to the new arm's length. And the only clarification I wanted is this something that we're proposing that 5 staff, or is this in conjunction with the advisory panel that they identified that they would need 5 staff folks? And I guess where this comes from is when I looked at, understanding that we've started from scratch, and there's been some real good work. I always hear how positive it is in the community, especially some of those involved who live in my area, and they're really happy with the process. But when I look at, for example, we've spent, it talks about 4,909,000, and I guess that the only thing that raises concern of somewhat, and I know these are sort of the cost of doing business, is how do we ensure that this process and this the agency that's the arm's length organization that's going to be delivering and supporting the arts community, that we don't get bogged down or it doesn't become sort of a victim of its success where it, from an administrative perspective, it starts getting top heavy and the money's not going to the actual artists who are doing the activity. And again, I don't know if 5 staff, 2 staff, 8 staff are the right amount, but it just maybe staff can comment on how we had 5 staff and just in terms of, ensuring that the focus always goes on how do we support better, the artists in the community and ensuring that our investments are sort of getting to them. And that's the only thing I really wanted to raise.
Thank you, Councillor Maderos. Over to Kelly.
Thank you through the chair. Councillor Maderos, thanks for your question. Back in 2019, when we brought the first report to council that recommended the framework for the Arts Agency, it included a staff complement to deliver the services that were recommended from the community consultations. So the 5 staff that are part of the Brampton Arts Organization that are currently city staff on contract are directly from that sort of initial framework that was developed. The staff continue to have oversight by the advisory community panel. That includes sort of the strategic direction of the work, the required resources for that, and will continue to have oversight over post-transition into the operations of the organization. At this time, it is the intent for staff to move from their roles as contract city staff over to the Brampton Arts Organization, pending those employment contracts with the newly independent organization. But we share the same, I think, goal that you're suggesting, Councillor Maderos, that we want the funding and support to be a benefit to the community, to our local artists, to our residents. And the goal has always been for the organization to become an independent non-for-profit so that it can access additional funding. So that the best case scenario is more of, a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 split where municipal contribution is one, donation and sponsorship is another, and grants from other levels of government and organizations would help to offset that. Certainly, our goal would also be to have our administration and operational oversight be a smaller portion than what goes directly out to the community through programming or paid artist fees, for example.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah.
Councillor Maderos, anything further?
Yeah, thank you through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your response, Kelly. And I guess that's something that I'm hoping that you'll sort of keep a keen eye and ensuring as we go through the process, because kind of where we are now, it's really exciting to see where this is going, and you just don't want to know that we're supporting essentially organization, but the support is not reaching those artists who, from my understanding, and you would have a better understanding than me, but financially are struggling, and especially with ever since COVID, there's been sort of pulling back of support for the arts community, support for nonprofits. That this doesn't become sort of an organization that is lacking the effectiveness when it comes to that. So it's good to know that we're going to have that oversight. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Maderos. Councillor Pelletier is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this all seems really familiar. And I'll go into my rant now about how it comes full circle, as I'm the only council member from 2015 that supported continuing to fund the Arts Council. And it's taken that amount of time for it to come back and finally get something done. And I love every minute of it. I'm glad that this is going forward. I'm glad to see staff that are going to be working for the board of directors and finally getting something going. Not that we haven't been going in the city, but I think it's gonna be fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always been the one to say I have no artistic talent whatsoever.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Good.
But I'm here to support. And the council of 2015, and it was unfortunate that it didn't go the way that I wanted it to go back then, but it's come full circle finally, and I'm glad that this is moving forward. So
I'm happy today, and I'm happy for a lot of members that were back on council many, many years ago that started the Arts Council and saw its success and supported it, finally for this to get back up and going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Deputy Mayor Singh.
But I think Councilor Fleshy did an eloquent job, so I'll second whatever Councilor Fleshy just said. Thank you.
Thank you, and no other members on the board at the moment, so request for the chair to be heard. Thank you, and as Chair of Community Services, where Cultural Services now is, and as the former advisory, or former representative for the advisory panel at the time, I'm really proud of getting into phase 3. Congratulations to you and the team and the staff for getting there. I know Councillor Tour will agree because he's now the new council rep. We actually visited the new space, or the temporary space of Brampton Arts Organization at 8 Nelson on the 3rd floor the other day, and we were floored with the space now available to artists for them to network and also be together and socialize and support each other. And I think that particular component, you know, apart from the transition out of the former Arts Council to now phase 3 of the Brampton Arts Organization, it's like even better. And I know Michael Halls would agree too, because he's on the advisory panel as well. We have seen so many new artists come together in Brampton, and we're just getting into phase 3. So I'm excited about the work to come, and I know Councillor Tour had a few more supportive words to share as well. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kelly, for bringing this forward. Like Councillor Paleshi also said, it's taken a lot of work to do this, to come to this point. It is a big milestone for the Brampton Arts Organization. I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to everybody that's been on the panel. I've had the luxury to be in the panel for just the last few months, but you guys do a fantastic job, and like Councillor Santos said, that space is incredible. That space coming in the news when we're seeing other art spaces across Ontario and GTA declining, you know, massive disruptions happening in that space. It's amazing to see that Brampton's the one that's moving forward and possibly leading the future of arts in a city. So I just want to say thank you, Kelly, for your work. Thank you, Michael. I see you in the audience there. But thank you to all the panel members there, and I would be happy to move this.
Thank you. So remember, thank you, Kelly. If you want to add anything else, it's fine. If not, we're good. So motion from Councillor Tour to approve the recommendations and the report. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Congratulations. No other new business, no correspondence. Councillors, do you have any questions regarding community services? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, any questions from online or in the public gallery? We see none. Next item on the agenda is legislative services. I believe, Councillor Paleshi, you held 11.2.1 regarding risk management and insurance claims 2022 annual report. The floor is yours, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me get my things to start working. My questions, I think, are really around, or should be asked in camera, I believe. My questions are related more to how much we're paid out for a specific trip and falls, and how do we ensure that we aren't a municipality that's known for paying out. Not that I'm saying that we are. I'm just, so a lot of my questions, like I looked at the report, and so there's a lot of dollars there. I really want to try and get down to, you know, what those are, but I think those are in-camera questions that need to be asked. So, Madam Chair, if I can just move that to in-camera, when we do go into camera?
Through the chair to the clerk, I would approve that for going in camera for purposes of litigation or potential litigation.
Okay. I turn to the clerk. Is that good with you? We'll deal with that in closed session. So should we stand this report down, go into close, come back and open, and then move the report then? Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Next item is, I don't think we held anything else. Councillor question period. Any questions regarding this section? I don't see any public question period. Any questions online or in the gallery regarding legislative services? There are none. So we now move over to economic development. Councillor Torres sending it to the vice chair, which is myself. 12.2.1 was in consent, which brings us to councillor question period on economic development. Any questions from council? None. Public question period. Any questions online or in public for economic development? Seeing none. Referred matters list, number 13, which is published quarterly for members of council and the public to take a look. Any questions or issues from members of council on referred matters list? I see none. I guess motion to receive the referred matters list. Motion by Councillor Keenan to receive the referred matters list third quarter update. Any opposed? That carries. That brings us to public question period for the entire agenda. Any questions from the public regarding any matter discussed in any of the sections on the agenda so far, online or in person? Seeing none. That brings us to the closed session agenda, and we will be reporting back in open session for transparency's sake. Mr. Clerk, could you please summarize for us those items that we will be discussing in closed?
Through you, Chair Santos, to members of the committee, there are 4 items for closed session. The first is 15.1, an open meeting exception under section 239 2E and K of the Municipal Act, litigation or potential litigation and negotiations, a potential litigation matter. Next is item 15.2, an open meeting exception under section 239 2C and K of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, and a negotiation matter. It relates to a property acquisition matter. 15.3 is an added item that was added at the beginning of the meeting in regards to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and a negotiation matter, a property matter. And finally, 15.4 is the item that was just recently discussed. It is going into closed session in regard to item 11.2.1, the 2022 annual report on risk management and insurance claims, and it's going in for litigation or potential litigation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, for that summary. How much time would you need for a recess to go into closed?
20 minutes would be appreciated, please.
20 minutes. So 3:22, we will see council in camera until then, and then we'll report back.
proceed. Chandra, are you good? Oh, I thought you said 4:55. It was 15 minutes. Go. Yes.
All right, we are back from closed session, and in the interest of transparency, the clerk will now report back on any items and direction provided in camera and those items requiring vote in open session.
Through you, Chair Santos, the members of the committee, there were 4 items considered in closed session. 15.1 is an open meeting exception under Section 239, 2E and K of the Municipal Act, litigation or potential litigation and negotiation. That item was considered in closed session. Information was received, direction was given, including direction that a motion be considered in public, and that motion is shown on the screen, moved by Councillor Keenan.
All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries.
Next item is 15.2, the open meeting exception under Section 239, 2C and K of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land and a negotiation matter. That item was considered in closed session. Information was received and direction was given to staff. The next item is 15.3, an added closed session item under Section 239, 2C and K of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land and a negotiation matter. That item was considered in closed session. Information was received and direction was given to staff. And finally, 15.4, an added item. It is in closed session under Section 239, 2E of the Municipal Act, litigation or potential litigation. That item was deferred, so there was procedural direction given to defer that item for closed session consideration during the October 11th Committee of Council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for summarizing that. Our next item is adjournment, moved by Councillor, sorry.
Just
Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
before, there is a public motion required for the item that was held down on the risk annual report.
Okay.
That item needs to be deferred publicly to the October 11th
Okay.
meeting as well.
This item is moved by Councillor Paleshi to defer until October the 11th Committee of Council. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. And that concludes closed session reporting summary. Our next item is adjournment, moved by Councillor Power. Our next meeting of Committee of Council is October the 11th, or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. We are now going to break for about an hour, or like we're gone for an hour. Then we're coming back for a special council meeting, which will be at 6 o'clock on the dot. See you again soon.